Mm.
The self-stimming mm.
Yep, yep, yep. Soothe to go in, soothe to go in. The noises of the head, the vibrations inside the skull.
The
The,
skull.
the
And the
the
sternum, that right? That's
uh-huh.
the real big thing of warming the chest up there. Those people with the lovely um acting school training of Chuck Jones voice work there. Um,
Unique New York.
yeah, this diction as opposed to the instrument of the voice itself,
Mm.
but intimately related, where they're usually taught as speech and voice.
Mm.
But to the contrary, they are not. One is, oh damn it, I there was something really witty there about salt, sulfur, and mercury, but I can't remember which one was credited. That's a David Chaim Smith
Mm.
um, examination of the role between the word, the breath, and the voice
Mm.
as a alchemical relationship there. But speaking of voice, voiceless, beheaded, decollation, uh,
Mm.
decolletage, common root, reveal the collar, is really where we're going here.
Oh, is that
Um,
what it is? Okay,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
decolletage, yeah, decolletage to reveal the neck, or
Uh,
to be have the neck so revealed that you see the inside of it. I don't.
mm.
We are gathered here today for episode the 50th. We are new 20 and 10 today
Hmm.
with a focus on the feast of the beheading of John the Baptist. And I like that we're always revisiting because there's only 16 geometric figures and
Hmm.
playing around and adding new things. And good God, we know we've only read like four books and keep talking about them. But
Like
also,
proper academics.
like proper, exactly. Um, I was warned about this. That's one of the first things that my teachers and my TA told us in our section was don't be intimidated by the doctorate candidates. They've only read 10 books and they'll keep quoting them for the next 5 years.
Hmm.
Or their lifetimes if they're magicians.
Hmm.
So we are revisiting Jay the Bee, which is fun because we have already focused on the birth of John the Baptist in a previous episode, and we've also focused on Herodias before. So both our saint and our demonized, our demoness, certainly I think Herodias has more reason to be called demoness than perhaps Salome, except that they're part of the same story
Right.
cycle and are often conflated with each other throughout history
Hmm.
because mother-daughter relations. But so the beheading of John the Baptist is a different feast than his birth, as would be warranted by not beheading a baby.
Yeah, and it's an act. Like it's an action that happens. It's a scene. It's a tableau. It's obviously a very famous motif for paintings. I don't know if I'm using the art history term right at all. But it also brings us into talking about like the relic of his skull and even
Yes.
his jaw in some cases. And so in that sense, it also feels like I like the feasts where we get to talk about like Peter's chair or like yeah the feasts of and the life of objects mumia of you know not just corpse components but like that things have a religious life have a life in the economy of pilgrimage and things like that and it is a tangled web that the head of the Baptists spews or leaves a snail trail behind through the historical documents and and the Pepe Silva of so many like you know pre-Dan Brown conspiracies about where it is and what it's doing and stuff. So yeah, I'm excited to get into that.
Yeah, there's I like I mean even in researching the history and the traditions around it that this is one of the oldest feasts just within Christendom because of their John the Baptist has such a pivotal role within the Christian mythos.
Mm.
And being a prophet speaks to the translation of um, the relic of past scripture into the adoration through modern folking, I suppose, at that time, which then becomes canonized as scripture in its own right in time. Um,
Yeah.
the repertoire archive divide again. There's that one book I've read. Uh,
So yeah, chomping at the bit. Is it chomping? Champing? Chomping at the bit to talk about some
I feel
severed
like
head of
champing at the bit should be a thing though too.
right.
Yeah, I'm very curious by the gerunds of it is champing is just another term for chomp. I think that you are correct. I like champing at the bit. Um, so I don't know what a champ is now. If it's not champion, maybe it's just you're just chewed up and anyway. Welcome to episode 50 of Radio Free Golgotha, where we are celebrating, commemorating the decollation, the beheading of John the Baptist, which is all but universally celebrated on August the 29th.
hmm
It is sometimes January the 7th, and depending on which Julian Gregorian split you find yourself, could be September the 11th, but in effect is the 29th of August.
Yeah, and there's a couple other feasts we can talk about the specific findings of the head as well,
Yes.
where the beheading leads. But along with that feast and saint and relic, we also have our demonized/demoness. We're going to get into Salome as our opposing or counterparted sinner figure, as opposed to our sainted figure, I guess, in some ways.
Yes.
And we can discuss and interrogate and maybe behead some of that as well. Our herb of the hour is, or several hours, is life everlasting. A herb of many names as well. Our mineral, giving a little hint at just how much we went down the skull and talking head route, is agate in general, and specifically the Orpheus agate.
Honorable
Um,
mention, right? Of
Honorable
course.
mention. Right. Chekhov's severed head right there. Um, our beast of the hour is the unicorn. Excited to get into the emblematics of the where bestiaries come from, where they go, the admixture of pre-modern natural history and postmodern cryptozoology to a certain extent. So getting to do some like archaeozoology about what was a unicorn, what was sold as alicorn, the unicorn root, things like that. The unicorn root, no, the unicorn horn. Although there is a unicorn root as well. Our
Several.
yeah. Our style of magic, again, to tip our hand is prophetic heads. I believe that was the official term we settled on, right?
Yeah, severed heads for magic
hmm
is really where I'm going. So I think prophetic heads, yes, that's probably the most fruitful as opposed to just vengeance for the sake of, comma.
Yeah, exactly. Our tonali is it's a quickly.
It's
Uh,
weekly.
yeah, it's quickly. The dog.
Hmm.
So we'll talk about that for a day sign. Our figure is amicio, is loss, and it's counterparted, morphologically similar, and in many ways culturally distinct, but not in all ways. The Odu of Oche Meche.
Hmm.
Our tarot card, as we continue to dance with the minor arcana, is the Two of Swords. And our dead magician, of course, it was there the whole time. Don't put a severed head on the mantelpiece if it's not going to talk in Act Three. Is Orpheus himself?
Yes.
hmm Yeah, I'm excited to get into these topics.
Yeah, this is a lovely onomastic episode for us. Uh,
hmm
with further ado, something. Uh, John the Baptist, if you don't know who he is, that's kind of awesome. Whatever cultural vacuum that can be in, um, uh, as far as this show's audience, perhaps. I'm just digging myself a hole here.
No, I think that's great.
I'm
Yeah, it's
revealing
that
my
thing about
calling.
like a book that's so good or a thing that's so interesting and nuanced and important that you kind of wish you could read it again for the first time. Yeah, if you're just coming, I mean, I would imagine people have heard the words John the Baptist, but to get a context of how important they are, as you've already said, to the origin story and the ongoing business and worship and organization of Christendom. Yeah, he's a big important guy, and so important he gets several feast days. One of which we've already talked about in a previous episode.
Yeah.
Uh, the first among martyrs in grace, right? This is often referred to. Um, so specifically here, we're talking about that decollation, that beheading, which occurs as a result of punishment ordered by Herod Antipas, who
Hmm.
is the guy ruling Galilee under the Roman Empire. Um, and we can get into that unless you feel like there's some other necessary things to talk about in terms of John is the forerunner, right? The feast is sometimes called the beheading of the forerunner as well.
Yeah.
Um, and John is, as I think we've mentioned before, distinct from John of Patmos, who does the psychedelic dessert at the end of the New Testament of the books of Revelation.
Yeah, but that's like they tried to tell me about Saint Lazarus, and like really people don't the public does not agree with that.
Right, right.
In the same way that there's also what, at least seven different John the Baptist heads enshrined. So,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, yeah, yeah. There
you
we go.
know,
Multiplicity.
yeah.
Um,
What is
yeah.
belief if not a hydra, really?
Believe cosmically, venerate locally.
Yes.
Mm.
I
Also,
think
sorry, go on.
it's because it's so intimately related, obviously, with Salome. There's probably going to be a overlap between these two things.
Mm.
But the family of Herod is its own um, rabbit hole to go down because there's many, many, many Herods.
There's so many Herods.
Because Grandpa Herod was really into naming all of his children Herod, and anybody that proceeds from him, males are Herod, and there's several Herodiases. I was watching a Jewish historian on YouTube going detailing Salome, and one of the points that he had made was it's interesting because there's not many women to study in depth in Judaism, and with this because John the Baptist is that bridge between uh, Jewish Galilee and like later larger Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, and everything past that comes out of Christianity. But that Herod himself, with Herod, the one who rebuilds the temple, he's a client king. Like he goes to Rome and basically says, "Make me king,
Mm.
and I'll bring peace to the realm." And so but not peace to his family by any means. That's for sure.
Mhm.
Because everybody's just plotting to kill each other because there's no right to rule here. It was just given to them by the Roman state. And the Romans had this policy of divide and conquer, right?
Yeah.
So, or divide and rule, which was conquer in parentheses. So
Mm.
you would allow local places to be ruled by their own people. But Herod had no more legitimacy in ruling than anyone else, it was felt. And so this was, there was the rebuilding of things, these giant complexes. And from a historical and archaeological perspective, I've often seen the biblical archaeology documentaries that are out there of like Herod the Great did a lot of things, including everything we know about the Second Temple, which some people have even posited is the actual only temple.
Mm.
That it was a memory of something that is mythic, and therefore the only temple we have uh, extreme evidence for is Herod the Great's temple, right?
Mm.
But that also that Herodias and therefore Salome, in addition to being, stepdaughter slash niece of the man she's dancing for, who the marriage is condemned by John the Baptist, and this is why this plays into this story, is that you cannot marry your brother's wife if your brother is still alive.
Mm.
Whereas you are encouraged to marry her often if they are dead, right? To take that family into your own in this polygamous culture
Right.
example. But because she chose to leave, it's not unlike the original Herod's own idea of, Doris isn't good enough for me, so I'm going to marry not one but two Mariamnes, and that Mariamne II, the second, is a daughter of Simon the high priest, and this is the family lineage of Herodias, is that she is from the high priests of the temple.
Mm.
That is her grandfather, I believe. And so it's interesting that there's this lore that starts to build in this kind of tracing of decoding the Bible, of knowing which Herod is being talked about, in addition to the slaughter of the innocents, right? When we go into that and that lore that launches things off, that connects us to the three kings, that connects us to so much that's these kind of huge figures that are talked about, because
Yeah.
this is the main Mad Libs that is being played with for 2,000 years
Right.
of stories to refer to and create lore out of. And just as we see in modern parlance, like if something new comes onto the scene, that will inevitably have to be compared to things that already exist, which can then force a syncretization where things kind of get enveloped under the skirts of more dominant things, and it erases their uniqueness. And but this is how world cultures work. Herodias, Salome get conflated for each other. John the Baptist, because it's a prophetic head that comes in this way, or the head of a prophet, then gets at least linked onto any other possibility of a prophetic head without from history. And so it's easy
Yeah.
to translate relics, just like it's easy to translate value centers, take a shot for the same book.
Mhm.
Of I'm interested in that, right? So John the Baptist, whether it's the head of Orpheus or the head of John the Baptist, there is still something common there that is work withable. And similarly, yes, there's the specifics of the story, which I'm sure we've gone over before, but again, just crying out against Jewish law, that this is not what Jewish law accepts, that you cannot marry your brother's who's living's wife.
Right.
And
Right. So John is popular at the time and is regarded as a prophet in his own lifetime and is criticizing Herod publicly for divorcing his wife, Phasaelus, Phasaelis, who's the daughter of King Ariatas of Nabatea, and unlawfully marrying, yeah, his brother Herod Philip, the first's wife, Herodias, that Herodias. Interesting that the Gospel of Luke also mentions that John also reproved Herod of, quote, and other evils. So it's not the only part of the criticism, but this matters. And so it's interesting to see, like you said, this Herod, this Antipas is imprisoning John for saying these things, but he's also worried that the tide of public opinion is already against him.
yes,
Um,
because he's a client king. He is
yeah.
absolutely his kingship is on tenuous grounds to begin with, and is only secure in so much as he can safeguard it himself through political and financial entanglements,
Yeah.
as well as retain some legacy that giving back to a people that are on the verge of revolt because they're tired of the Romans. Uh,
Right, and interestingly, this is what Josephus actually says. He has a couple things to say, although I don't think mentions Salome in person. But he takes this big mythic event, and like you said, the more mythic, the more options there are to engage with it and to apply it in various ways, and takes it in a very political history direction. What's the quote here? Lest the influence of John had over lest the great influence John had over the people might be put into John's power and inclination to raise a rebellion, for they seemed ready to do anything he should advise. So Herod thought it best to put him to death.
yeah.
So this is also like it's on the cards, and a bunch of political history has argued he's already preparing to do this, but nervous about it as well. And this is where the central like feast of Herod or the dance of Salome or whatever else we want to call that particular scene, that particular mythic beat, has this context of like Herod isn't immediately fully set to do this. There
Mhm.
is there are the ways in which this gets talked about in the accounts of the Gospels of both Mark and Matthew, right? Which is where we get Salome coming in, that at his birthday party, I believe it's often
Mhm.
said, he has a
Yes.
bunch of high-ranking nobles and his generals and all sorts of things, and they're having a lovely time. And the daughter of Herodias, who is not named in a lot of these accounts, but is later identified as Salome, although is identified in other accounts, that she dances for them, and they are pleased with this dancing. And as a result, Herod Antipas offers her what the folklorists who like their numbered and indexed tropes calls a blind promise or a rash boon. You can have whatever you want.
Hmm.
and she asks for the head of the Baptist on a platter, which she gets. Um, and this is also said to be something that she is that we're already not entirely clear what her there are a bunch of different ways that her agenda and and Salome's own internal motivations um are if not questioned are interpreted in a number of ways. It's said, oh God, that this is at the behest of that her mum puts her up to this, that it's Herodias's plan.
Hmm.
um and uh Herod has promised this thing and is honor bound now to fulfill it. And so it's said that John is beheaded in prison, and then the head is brought on a platter, which I think quickly becomes a silver platter. But again, I'm not sure if that's
Hmm.
in any original accounts. And from there, we get a whole bunch of stuff about what happens next, right?
Hmm.
We get it's generally said that the rest of the body is taken. It's usually said that he's buried at Sebastia by his disciples, but the head is given specifically to Herodias,
Hmm.
again pointing that like she's the one that's put Salome up to asking for this in the first place. Now, in some accounts, she takes the head and then buries it in a dung heap.
Hmm.
In others, Nicephorus and Simeon Metaphrastus say that Herodias had it buried in the fortress of Macarius, which is what
Hmm.
Josephus also says. Um, and from there, we can get into like there are a bunch of places that the head gets found and then buried again and then found and buried again and passed on, which is fascinating. But I also want to point out that the historians Rufinus and Theodoretus record that the shrine at Sebastia for the Baptist's body does kind of spring up. That there are healings there. That there's pilgrims. That Saint Jerome sees a bunch of miracles that are being worked there. But that is itself desecrated around 362 under Julian the Apostate, and it's specifically mentioned that the bones are partly burned. So there's already a spot where his body has been taken and then starts to do saintly relic things, right? But it's the head that starts the longer journey. And the more involved sets of finding and translating, and a series of visions, right? He starts turning
Hmm.
up and telling people where his head is.
Yeah, there's I guess we've talked about this before in on many occasions. I The folklore around the what happens to the skull, well, some folklore slash just history, just different
Mm.
historical accounts, because it is just at a certain point it just becomes history because that's
Yeah.
recorded folklore becomes that. But that also there is an account, right, where Herodias goes to kiss the head, right, to prove that it's there, while she tries to lavish kisses on him. I think this is in Nivardis Isengrimus, which is 12th century, and they conflate Salome and Herodias here, right?
Yeah.
And the virgin was condemned by a saint to an unjust punishment, but the saints do what they want. Herod was famous because of this child and could have been happy thanks to her, and thwarted love also made the misfortune of this young girl. The virgin burned to share John the Baptist's bed and had vowed not to belong to any other man. The father, having discovered his daughter's love, became irritated and cruelly had the innocent saint beheaded. Desperate, the maiden asked for the severed head to be brought to her, and a servant of the king brought it to her in a dish. She hugs it gently in her arms, bathing in her tears, and wishes to accompany with him with kisses. But while she tries to lavish kisses on him, the head flees from her and blows her away. The last breath is stored in his body, basically in his head, and she is carried through the roof by the whirlwind that the saint blows. Since then, in the form of a breath, the anger of Jean Baptiste, who remembers too much of the past, pursues her through the desert spaces of the sky. Dead,
Oh.
he torments her, and alive, he had not loved her. However, fate did not allow her to die completely. Honors soften her mourning, respect eases her pain. A third of humanity serves this afflicted sovereign, who rests on the oaks and hazel trees in the second part of the night until the last crow of the black rooster. Her name today is Feraldis. She was formerly called Herodias, a dancer who had no equal either before or after her. So there's a conflation, a reverse hagiographic blur here, right?
Hmm.
Of Salome and Herodias. And you see Herodias referred to more often than Salome because Salome is not biblical. The daughter of Herodias is biblical. Herodias is biblical, but it is actually Josephus who gives us the name.
Yeah.
And so because of this, there's more to support Herodias and Salome and this episode around John the Baptist happening than there is, say, Christ, who we have. Josephus talks about the worshipers of Christ,
Mm.
not necessarily Jesus himself. And Josephus is a complicated history figure as it is, right? Because he converts to Roman
Mhm.
thought and he's a general and is kind of reporting on the conquered people and the dispersed people. So it's he becomes a very popular writer, and his first book does so well that he writes volumes more. And no shade about that. That's good for him. But becomes
Right.
such an important part of knowing anything of Roman uh, Jerusalem.
Yeah.
So John the Baptist, including this beheading factor of what happens to the head, you do see the anti-Masonic propaganda of Masons worship the severed head of John the Baptist, which they found during the Crusades.
Because it all goes back to Templars. Yeah.
It always goes back to Templars and the mythic history that you build. Just keep building on mythic history, right? That's what you do.
Yeah, we go from Jerusalem, specifically the Mount of Olives, to Emesa, which is now Homs, city in Western Syria, to Constantinople, to France. Yeah, these are generally agreed upon findings, and indeed have their own feasts and stuff. So it's said that wherever the head is initially put, if it hasn't indeed just chased Herodias through the skies, that it's Saint Joanna. Partly has access because she's married to one of the Herod's stewards. That she recovers the head and buries it on the Mount of Olives. So
uh,
again, placing it in a centrally important location, and it's said to remain there, hidden for a good couple centuries. When we get to some of these other feasts, say like the 24th of February, which the Eastern Church marks as the first and second findings of the head of St. John the Baptist. This happens in or near Jerusalem and is considered to have occurred in the fourth century. There's a former government official turned monk who is takes the name Innocent, who's said to find the head while he's digging the foundation for a church and a monastic cell. And I think the common trope here is that people find it, but then they get worried that there are forces that are going to try and take it away. A consistent theme of like refinding a holy thing, but then having to rebury it. So the second finding happens like I guess yeah, about a century later in 452, in or near Emesa, if I'm saying that right. And here we have an account of two monks who are on pilgrimage, and they have a vision of John who leads them to his head. Interestingly, later John also appears to a potter who I don't believe is named, and asks the potter to take his head away from these monks because they are unworthy. And this is another repeated theme that we get, that he turns up for people and they don't use it properly. And so it has to, so John elects someone else through vision to come and collect him and take him somewhere else. So this potter apparently passes it on to his sister when he dies, and it then transfers somehow to an Arian hieromonk, Eustathius, who buries the head in a cave near Emesa. And there is, of course, a monastery eventually built there. So how much this is attribution and stuff is also a tiny bit up for debate. But around that year, Saint John the Baptist appears in a vision to Archimandrite Marcellus, of this monastery and indicates where his head is hidden again, in this case in a water jar buried in the earth, and that this is brought into the city and is later translated, as the term goes, when we move relics to Constantinople. And it stays there for a good old while until we get the third, what's referred to as the third finding, which is sometimes celebrated again, I think, by the Eastern Church on the 25th of May. It's transferred to Comana of Cappadocia during a period of raids by the Saracens by around 820. And it's again hidden in the ground. In 850, we get another vision, this time being beheld by the Patriarch Ignatius of Constantinople, who again has a vision of where the Baptist's head has been hidden. He communicates this to Emperor Michael III, who sends a delegation to Comana. They do indeed find the head, and it's again transferred to Constantinople, and it's placed in a church at court, and they have a date for that on the 25th of May, which is why it's celebrated then. So as time goes on, there are more and more discrepancies in the various accounts, like I said, historical accounts and things I think we can call legends, and claimed relics around the world. Like you said, there are some records from the early 14th century from the Inquisition of the Knights Templar, which do make reference to some form of head veneration, which is instantly, or I don't know about instantly, but is it we could say with the benefit of hindsight, inevitably linked to must be the Baptist head then. The biggest other site is the cathedral at Amiens in France. So after a crusader, Wallo or Wallon de Sarton, is raiding Constantinople, crusading away in 1204, he's said to have discovered the head and a platter marked with, I think it's said to be Greek that he doesn't speak. And he ends up giving it, or it's also said that he sells it so that he has the money to get back home, to the Bishop of Amiens, Richard de Gerberoy. And this is he's said to receive it on the 17th of December, 1206, which is the third Sunday of the Nativity fast. And this is a big deal for that cathedral. Like, they're already building a bunch of stuff. By 1220, their bishop has placed the cornerstone in the foundation of the new cathedral, after which there are a bunch of reconstructions that, for a while, this cathedral seems pretty commonly regarded as one of the most, beautiful and magnificent, Gothic constructions in Europe. And it sits there for a good while, for another 400, just under 400 years. This becomes relevant again because there is a little bit of discrepancy or confusion around the start of the 17th century about what's on display at the Basilica of Saint Sylvester I, about whether or not this is a true relic of John the Baptist, or if it's a relic of John the Martyr of Rome. And so, to clear this up, Pope Clement VIII asks the clergy at Amiens to provide a little bit of one of their relics. And in 1204, they give parietal bone, which is inserted into a wax skull and still kept in the basilica. So this is a really interesting tactic, right? Like, we don't know if this is the part of the skull, because it's also been separated from its jawbone. So Amiens just has the skull, as far as I can tell, or they have the skull and maybe the parietal bone that they give. But San Silvestro in Capita has something of a John, and instead of arguing about whether or not which John this is, they just go, well, we'll just take a bit of the other one as well. That way we've got all our bases covered. Yeah. Which I really like and appreciate that. There's plenty of that. We've talked about the economic history of tourism through pilgrimage and how important that makes sites. And sometimes that does mean that there's some pretty nefarious relic larceny and reclaiming and forced translations. But sometimes people just share little bits and pieces as well. But this starts to indicate just how widespread it is. The further on we go, the more different skulls or relics of John, and there's stuff about his hand as well and his arm, right? But
The right arm, yeah.
yeah, in concentrate the right arm, yeah. In concentrating on the head, the Eastern Orthodox Church of John the Baptist in Jerusalem displayed a fragment of the skull of John the Baptist for a good while. There are Islamic traditions that maintain that his head is or was interred in what was once called the Basilica of St. John the Baptist in Damascus,
Hmm.
which is now the Umayyad Mosque.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, the Great
and
Mosque of
yeah,
Damascus.
yeah. So he's turning up in a bunch of places, which again highlights how important he is, amongst other things. This, if I'm just gonna, if I can keep rolling on with this info dump,
Yeah, do
gonna do something with this research. This again gets complicated. We get another layer of this, like, oh, he's been found. Now we have to hide him again. This time it's not blaspheming Aryans or marauding Muslim or other sects of Christianity. This time it's the French Revolution in 1789 brings us back to Amiens again. The revolutionaries make an inventory of all the church property, and along with their general campaign of stomping out superstition in favor of the light of reason, which will definitely not go wrong. A bunch of relics are being confiscated, and the reliquary, which has the head of the Holy Forerunner, is set. I think there are records of it remaining in the Cathedral at Amiens until November of 1793, and then it's demanded by the convention, and so they're ordered to all be taken to the cemetery and either burned or buried or taken out of public use or access. Apparently, this does not happen. It's said that the city's mayor, Louis-André Lescouve, is said to have like snuck back to the reliquary and like rescued them and stored them in his house. Because years later, this former mayor gives the relic of the recovered or the secreted head to Abbot Lejeune. This is after the whole hubbub of the French Revolutionary persecutions have ended, and the head is returned to the cathedral in Amiens in 1816, and I believe it is there to this day. I don't know how accessible it is now. But that again, another account of like, oh, someone's gonna try and get rid of this for various reasons. We gotta hide it again for a bit. So it is like it's I don't want to say canon, but yeah, it's canon. It's also just like a part of the accounts of the head that it keeps being discovered and then hidden for noble reasons. It isn't just lost, right? It's hidden, and so it keeps dipping in and out of the historical record. And then there's another little like
Popping
postscript
his
to,
head up, as it were.
hey, there we go. Yeah, popping its head up. So which again lends itself to like, well, it's been lost before. Is this the real one? Kind of gets asked a little bit every time. Which again lends to the propagation of it turning up in all sorts of different places. There's a little postscript in looking into like what it's been up to at Amiens, which I was reading in 1958. The rector there at the cathedral apparently made a report and a request to the ecclesiastical authorities because he'd heard that in Verdun in eastern France there was an apparent or reputed relic of the lower jaw of John the Baptist, because at that point it didn't have a jaw anymore, and he wants to go and gather it and rejoin the two parts. And this is late 1950s, and so with the blessing of the bishop there, they send out a bunch of medical experts. There's a whole commission that's formed, and I was reading up on the report, which is like, on the one hand, very scientific, and on the other hand, really, like you can hear them trying to not upset anyone. But it is effectively found that the jaw is definitely thought to be younger than the skull, which is indeed very old, and likely of a different person. That's most of the like historical record about like things turning out. As I say, like there are, once you've got Templars, you've got Masons. Once you've got Masons, you've got the floodgates open, right? To anyone wanting to concoct or elaborate on previous conspiracies and conspiracisms.
Hmm. I like this, well, pairing one because it makes sense if we're going to talk about Salome in relationship to the head, uh, such as it were. This brings up a really lovely examination of exactly what we like exploring in the folking of this.
Mm.
It's so relevant in, dare I say, pop culture, right? Because even what I'm reading before, right, of Novartis's Isengrimus
Mm.
is that's where Reign of the Fox comes from. Like it's a text that's meant to poke fun at corrupt monks
Yeah,
and kind of talks negatively about religion in general, and is something that is just so popular because this is, poking fun at the very sanctity of what people are told is the way, the truth, and everything.
yeah.
There's also the depiction of this event of the beheading of the Baptist, or the events leading up to it with the Dance of Salome, which was usually a little too provocative for its own study, but the joy of Herodias and or Salome and or names of paintings even changing throughout history based on whether it was supposed to be Herodias or Salome doing
Mm.
certain things. But there's so many artworks dedicated to this.
Mm.
And it also exemplifies, I don't think now we can separate even this kind of early Novartis account, right, of the lust between Feraldis or Salome or Herodias being all conflated into one thing, but the lust for the Baptist in this way as being part of it, because there's this again, not many depictions of women that are able to be used, period. And it's either you're a dutiful, model of housewifery, or an outstanding, leader that is a rare exception. But usually you're, condemned to the downfall of Eve and seduction and temptation and things like this. And the 19th century opera by Strauss of Salome kind of elevates everything back into people's imagination again, to the point where Wilde uses it
Mm.
mainly to talk about forbidden love and what it's like to engage in I cannot kiss him in life, so I will kiss him in death.
Yeah.
And the famous, like one of the first art films done, right, is of Salome. There's a notion here that you can't separate these stories, kind of like the argument in general that when you write something, you can't really predict how it's going to be received, or you can try, but more so what it's going to be used for
Mm.
out of your hands. And this is plays into the whole constant fascination for me of all text is necromantic, but um, this idea that this myth has to get reinvented under whatever version is propelling it forward, and then people incorporate that popular reception or that retelling as informative of where it goes next, either in reaction towards or against, to the point where we can't, you can't necessarily separate history from its retellings at all.
Yeah.
And in the same way that we know that Salome is a character, and that this was at least popular enough to be recorded by Josephus in the 80s, and then also part of the Gospels, which were probably being written around that same, or at least written down in those same time periods.
Mm.
But what is history if not just one person's memory or elaboration or complete fabrication of what explanation for something that happened?
Yeah.
That whole altar of truth to, or altar to a god that does not exist. Um,
Oof. Yeah.
yeah, I guess with all of this too is the notion of like, what is it to be a prophet? What is it where to tie into our last episode, right? That John the Baptist was considered to be Elijah, and that Herod himself considered Jesus to be a resurrection of John the Baptist,
Right.
if not Elijah or any of these other things. So there's the gift of prophecy, this divine ability to speak on behalf of God, if not to speak for, directly commanding God's world. I was recounting um, the Andalusian lore around Jesus, right? Because there, you have a strong, high Muslim population that's exposed to Christianity, and it's living concurrently with it within Al-Andalus. Last part of the first millennium, going into the first part of the second, but this trying to rectify everything within a Muslim framework and a Muslim point of view, that this is its own folking of things again, right? It
Mm.
has to constantly be put back into how do we understand this in nowness,
Yeah.
and that we always mistake in the same way that we kind of make everything about speciesism, or the evolutionary pinnacle, that we are the most advanced and therefore we understand what the truth is, as opposed to we have our version of what it is now and it's going to be something else when somebody else gets a hold of it. But that specifically in this case, like that each prophet is a manifestation and a vehicle for one of the 99 names of God, and therefore Jesus, as the embodiment of ruh, the breath, has a different relationship with being able to command miracles, and therefore those things are in a line with the divine will because of this embodiment of ruh. But that every prophet is an embodiment of one of the 99 names, and that even in fact, by extension, all people are an embodiment of one of the 99 names, and that if you can find which name is your mission, that will align you with your purpose in the world. But I think about that within notions of prophecy, of what it is to have the the whirlwind that comes out of John's mouth then make Herodias doomed to dance in the air forevermore. That there's this the little gopher head popping up in and out of the ground, right? That this peekaboo with the relic,
Yeah.
more so than many other relics, just because this is the mouth. And even at Amiens, the not finding the mandible is not part of the skull there, right? It's a crystal skull that there's these crystal, that part of the skull is there, and that similarly, I always think about translation as such an interesting thing. When we talk about the translation of relics, of which this feast is a translation of the relics specifically from
Yeah.
one place to another, usually in tandem with an official church recognition of these relics being sacrosanct or sacred, and therefore they move to a more central place, to a cathedral or something like this, where they then go out for local veneration, and then you have official translation versus local translation,
Yeah.
and the cult in this way, and what this means as far as necromantic understanding, which links us flash forward to prophetic skulldom.
Mm.
Across the board of this has to fit into the worldview somehow. This has to be something that is playing upon the value centers that are there, and I think it gives us insight into how the cult of the restless dead that we call the saints
Hmm.
is the heroic dead, that it's now viewed very strongly, that the cult of the saints is directly out of the hero cult of the Eastern Mediterranean, and this is what is an easy thing to kind of bridge. So, what is the prophet a hero of? What is this outcry? This person who is both representing the authority of Jewish law by calling out Herod's inappropriate marriage to his sister-in-law, as well as his cousin,
Yeah.
but also one that is repertoiring, folking the law and the scripture itself into recognizing that the Moshiach is coming, that Jesus is imminent, and this is also up for debate, right? There's people going to question what he is doing, but a prophet that is so considered so holy, and even a little bit too far out there for most people to actually follow a practice on, unless you're a Mandean or history revising Baptist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. The wild man, right? Originally, as
Yeah.
we talked about before. Yeah. The one who spoke the coming of the Christ, hence forerunner. Yeah. The skull of the prophet, and the breath and the imbued holiness of that, just keeps giving.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think bridging that into Salome, because it's there's obviously this is the smoothest transition ever. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. Really,
it,
really ineluctably kind of bound together. Yeah.
yeah, I was looking at this um, I'm pretty sure it's a evangelical like exploration of the biblical Greek, but looking at the fact that the diminutive of young woman, right? So core that then becomes coracia or coracion, is only twice apparently in the New Testament, and one of them is to refer to the daughter of Herodias.
Mm.
That she is, and this implies that she's actually pretty young.
Right, right,
And
right.
like there's this whole side of this, given current political climate in the States too, might is an interesting nod. But that also the term that is used for dancing is also one that is specifically used for children playing.
Mm.
And so it's not it's hard to know exactly what is happening there. It becomes mythologized as this seductive dance, but this plays into as this one uh, uh, historian was saying, that even though this is not a woman that we can look to as an exemplification of uh, Jewish scripture, the the storytelling and the depiction of Salome and the beheading of the Baptist and its prominence within the artistic tradition affect popular conceptions of Jewish people and Jewish women,
Yeah.
in a way that is cannot be denied. So this idea of the temptress or someone who is going to get their way no matter what, that these two things, even in the conflation between Herodias and Salome, speak to a worldview where women are only able to seize power through manipulating men, or that women manipulate men in order to get what they want, and becomes a trope all along the way that Herodias herself, um, as this commanding force, then commands this younger, innocent, seemingly innocent daughter to dance. And then by the time we get up to wild Salome or Salome, um, that she it becomes far more devious and far more twisted around concepts of love and sexuality. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a really important point to make. Yeah. Um, it's we can say by the medieval period, she's certainly become this kind of personification of the OG femme fatale, right? The lascivious woman, a temptress who lures men away from salvation and indeed to their doom, right?
yeah.
But that's yeah. I was reading a similar thing about some of the Greek of the original passages which yeah I came across something around like that it's not just like young lady it's girl. There's even a point about like the line about her whatever play or dancing she was doing pleased Herod. That
Yeah.
pleased is also only turns up a couple times when it refers to what does and does not please the Lord. So
Yes.
again there are a couple scholars arguing this is not an arousing thing.
No.
This is not. This is probably not meant to be an erotic thing in that account.
Yes.
Although absolutely, the artists run away with like, oh, we get to depict a sexy lady and also decry her. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Let's do as much of that as possible. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think
There's
that's
some
that's.
exploration right there, right? If it's the orchiomai, the right is
Mhm.
the word for dance that's used here, but also just talks about playing.
Mm.
Is specifically also used where Jesus mentions children calling out, dancing in mourning in Matthew 11.
Huh.
There's it, and it there it's not sexualized at all.
Right.
So it's a child dance. It's playful. It's not choreographed in the same way. There's
Hmm.
something different about it. But
Yeah. I
there
hope.
the I also like the comparison that I think that author and many others make to Delilah, and
Mm.
specifically how Delilah is typically portrayed in art as manipulative, a sexual temptress, and like, but the biblical account, she's just more of a nagging wife.
Mm.
There's no support for her using her sexuality to coerce Samson.
Right.
And so similarly, it's like what there all of this through the context of its time, right? Of over sexualizing a figure because it brings in attention. It brings an
Hmm.
attention. It
Yeah.
it pops people's little heads out of the ground,
Hmm.
like a little relic,
Yeah.
especially the men. Um, but yeah, so I think there's something really interesting in all of that. The language itself is not necessarily, or the text itself is not what's allowing the story to be doing this. This is manipulation through the context, the folking of it in the times that it's told.
Right. And how it gets used by propagandists. Yeah. I've been chewing a little bit on like the the lack of her name in the Gospels versus like what we do know from Josephus, who again like situates her as a relatively real person. Salome the Third, technically again, so a bunch of Salomes,
Yeah.
granddaughter of Herod the Great, stepdaughter of Herod Antipas. Um, Josephus says that she married Philip, the son of Herod. Um, and then marries Aristobulus, the son of Herod, brother of Agrippa, and they have sons, one of whom is Herod as well. Um, and so there's a bunch of these to get through. Then there's the separation of yeah, that she's not named in the New Testament. She's merely the daughter of Herodias, and even that is yeah, the some ancient Greek versions of Mark reads Herod's daughter Herodias rather than daughter of the said Herodias.
Hmm.
And so yeah, a bunch of scholars have you talking about that text have again pointed out that mother and daughter have at least the same name, if not are being conflated again. And then the lack of conflict conflagration of conflating with the Salome, another Salome who is mentioned
Yeah.
in the New Testament, which is Saint Salome, one of
Yeah.
the myrrh bearers,
Yeah.
who's usually identified as the wife of Zebedee,
Hmm.
and the mother of the apostles of James and John, who is also sometimes as one of the three Marys, Mary Salome. And I also find it interesting that, like Mary Magdalene, who is also a myrrh bearer, right? That there's also a confusion and we're in demonizing territory, right? There's also a demonizing of which Magdalene we're talking about, the
Hmm.
conflation with a wicked woman. That there is a Salome and a Magdalene, who are on the one hand like and in their pious forms they're bearing the myrrh and mourning the crucifixion, but there's also there's a there's something interesting there about like also these wicked women whose namesakes or name or similarly named characters are at the crucifixion maybe for bad reasons.
Hmm.
I haven't really got anywhere to go with that so much as just like really chewing on that as like an interesting like, oh, this is the back and forth of hagiographic blur and inverse hagiographic blur.
Hmm.
That a name is important and carries weight and might have a shadow to it that isn't that is already present in texts and accounts.
Hmm. Yeah. So the factor, like, I don't think I ever heard the biblical Salome be referred to by just Salome. It was always
Mm-hmm.
Mary Salome.
Mm-hmm.
And the the kind of post-Vatican II, very English-speaking homilies of the Catholic Church that I grew up with never emphasized the thousand-year tradition of Mary Salome being the sister or half-sister of Mary, the mother of Jesus,
Right.
and that the three Marys that are there are all related. That Mary of Jacob, Mary of Clopas, Mary of Bethany, Mary Salome, Mary Magdalene, Mary Mother of Jesus. Like, it's are they all daughters of Saint Anne or not? But this need for um, the family, right? It all goes back to these genealogical trees and how things are related, and much like all celebrities, celebrity.
Right.
It's
Right.
the gene pool is remarkably small, apparently.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. All the Star Wars are just like the Skywalker Chronicles.
Yeah, yeah,
Huh.
exactly.
Huh.
Um, it's not an ability you can have unless you're related to one of them. Uh,
Uh-huh.
so there's lots there. I think there are folk traditions certainly, and the conflation there of Salome repenting after the death of the Baptist, and even kind of different Spanish folklore nods of because Herodias she's exiled by Caligula, both Herod and Herodias, to Gaul first and then to Spain, to Hispania. So Ilerda specifically, where the river, the Sicarus River, is the death place of both Herodias and Salome by tradition. But that's also a conflation, and that comes down to there's this notion that I think I'm just trying to look at my notes real quick so I can read it instead of doing it. But this is lapide. So this is a big commentary on the Gospels in general.
Oh yeah, yeah, Cornelius,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Flemish Catholic priests kicking
yeah.
around like the mid 16th into the 17th century, right?
Yes. So
Yeah, yeah,
wherefore
yeah.
the just vengeance of God burned against all who were concerned in this crime. Herod was defeated by Aretas. Afterwards, he was banished with Herodias to Lyon and deprived of his tetrarchy and everything by Caligula at the instigation of Herod Agrippa, the brother of Herodias, as Josephus relates. Moreover, the head of the dancing daughter was cut off by means of ice. Hear what Nicephorus says. As she was journeying once in the winter time and a frozen river had to be crossed on foot, the ice broke beneath her, not with the providence of God. Not without the providence of God. Straightway she sank down up to her neck. This made her dance and wriggle about with all the lower parts of her body, not on land, but in the water. Her wicked head was glazed with ice, and at length severed from her body up by the sharp edges, not of iron, but of frozen water. Thus, in the very ice she displayed the dance of death, and furnished a spectacle to all who beheld it, which brought to mind what she had done.
Mm.
Which is incredibly poetic and like, what the fuck? This is really detailed. Uh,
Hmm.
like who was crossing with her and saw this? I don't know. But I have lots of kind of a mini obsession. I don't know if it's mini with Herodias and Salome lore and like different Spanish variants of this. That yes, Herodias is doomed to kind of dance on this breath of the Baptist that keeps her afloat forever, and she dances above the mountains, and that she's the leader of the wild hunt, and there's other things going on there, and that sometimes she's depicted with Salome in train, or that Salome leads at the front of this, or that is with it, or these women on horseback that are going through, or things more like the Santa Campagna and the kind of northern variant of these hooded figures that are going that are still tied to this, and that this if Salome is going to meet Herodias, that it has to happen on a place where Herodias can actually touch the earth because she's condemned to never touch the earth again. So frozen water is a meeting place for that because it is neither earth nor not earth.
Ah,
And
yeah.
so that there's this lore of them meeting on the frozen water, and this is why Salome is there to begin with.
Mm.
But this is all like things that develop because these stories are told, and that you can go to, the river still to this day is still flowing, right? It's there. But in Ilerda, I think it's a tributary to the Ebro River, or Ebri in Catalan. Um, so Herodias lore being a thing in Spain, and still one of those big biblical figures that lends itself to uh, so much medieval witchcraft view. Herodias for me is such a strong witch goddess figure because there's some really weird, beautiful quotes and lore that's there. But she's also, I think, in the neo-pagan mindset, too Christian to be paid attention to, except under the guise of Aradia, which is its
Mm.
own complex thing. And I really applaud Julia of Occulta for just constantly stirring these things up and making sure that Herodias and by extension Salome are not forgotten within the greater context of witchcraft. So shout out to Julia in that, and she offers many courses and things to explore that. And Herodias is a continued obsession, both in private practice and in public talking for me.
Mm.
But Spanish folkloric witchcraft aside,
There's some like French stuff as well, right? Like this
Mhm.
this this paganization or this repaganization of of this dancing girl woman, mother daughter, which even like kind of can form a sort of slight precursor even into the late 19th century with like around the time and before like Wilde's Salome. There's already this stuff going on with a lot of um assessment of the again of the paintings which are happening from the from the medieval period and are wildly popular throughout the early modern as well, right? People are buying are buying the demonization and running with it in various ways. I found this quote from French novelist Joris Karl Huysmans,
Mhm.
who's riffing on Gustave Moreau's 1876 painting, Salome and the Apparition of the Baptist's Head, where
Yeah,
he's like he's floating and
it's
like
gorgeous. It
yeah,
is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And she's very like a sex worker of Babylon, and he's really riffing on that. He says, and he kind of yeah, where's this? Yeah, no longer was she talking about the depiction of Salome. No longer was she merely the dancing girl who extorts a cry of lust and concupiscence from an old man by the lascivious contortions of her body, who breaks the will, masters the mind of a king by the spectacle of her quivering bosoms, heaving belly, and tossing thighs. She was now revealed, in a sense, as the symbolic incarnation of world-old vice, the goddess of immortal hysteria, the curse of beauty supreme above all other beauties, by the cataleptic spasm which stirs her flesh and steels her muscles, a monstrous beast of the apocalypse, indifferent, irresponsible, insensible, poisoning.
Yeah.
That's like yeah, the 1884, which is and by the 1890s, this is where we get a lot more of the things that I kind of assumed were older, from Wilde's Salome or Salome, like him being the first to highlight, if not like invent the Dance of the Seven Veils itself,
Mhm.
which there's some record of before, but certainly he makes that more important. While Salome is kind of depicted as coming on to the Baptist, and
Yes.
then the asking for the head is kind of a jilted revenge.
Hmm.
And at this point, yeah, full femme fatale on the one hand, but also heavily identified with the moon and specifically lunar goddesses, as well as Cybele,
Hmm.
and a bunch of like she's old pagan ideas, and not just as a terrible apocalypse, not just as a seductress, but a force of yeah of an exploration of, like you said, of forbidden love, of love across death, as well as like unbridled passion in various sorts. I got a quote from Christopher Nassau's Wild Salome and the Victorian Religious Landscape, which
Hmm.
feels pretty relevant. Salome, Wilde's main character, embodies the decadent movement of the Victorian fin de siècle, but set in a faraway land in biblical times. Wilde associates her with the pagan moon goddess Cybele, who jealously guarded her virginity, was served by eunuch priests, and murdered her lover, the holy king Attis, after he mated with her or tried to, depending on the version of the myth. It
Hmm.
is Cybele who is the light of the world, while Salome is the incarnation on earth of that light for a brief moment in history. Wilde's play, says Nassar, is a kind of black mass in which Salome is presented as a counterpoint to Christ. She is born as the result of a demonic virgin birth. Herod insists that his wife is sterile, and brings the world a new gospel of love and complete sexual liberation.
Hmm.
So is this spirit like inspiring so much art, music, poetry, dance, theater, etc., propaganda? That yeah, it does not surprise me that there is a consistent thread of witchcraft to this all.
Absolutely. I there's hmm. Through all of that, right? The conflation between mother and daughter,
Mm,
the early depictions of acrobat that are very common in cathedrals, where
mm,
the acrobat is bending over backwards to the point where the head touched the feet, and this is used by many to signify a zodiacal round, right? That Aries is touching Pisces,
mm.
and is attributed that this figure is sometimes, in addition to be calling the acrobat, is sometimes just called the Salome
Huh.
or the Herodias, because they are conflated. Um,
Mm,
so much just from translation passages, right? Of she's the girl or she's Herodias's daughter, or
right.
sometimes just said to be her daughter. Um,
Mm,
but I not but the conflation, of course, with um, Cybele, Kybele, wonderful because we just talked about Sibylla, and again, I think that there's this huge Spanish inheritance of Tanit worship, Kybele, influencing this later to the point where like the statues of Dama de Elche are still referred to as Sibylla,
Mm.
Sibylle, which we talked about, but. I don't know. I value centers come these beautiful ancient seated figures that are being dug up right around the time that the popularization of salami gets done. Also, the would be wrong to not mention Sunset Boulevard and the movie. Well, there's a musical as well, but the original movie is just so uh, tied into the fall of a woman. Came up right, reaches fame in the public eye as a movie actress, and the transition from silent movies to talkies
Yeah.
spells her death, and that she comes back, and it's all about Salome, about the that she's as an aging woman is still playing Salome in
Ah.
her head, that she is still this desired thing,
Mm.
and the notions right of there you already talked about this of Kybele being male and female beforehand, right, and Attis being the god that forms from the severed male genitals that are cut off of this ancient god that is too powerful, and that this I guess metaphor then, right, of um, cutting the head off of a person as a metaphor for many things, but the phallic comparisons are not lost, right? The ejaculation
Mhm.
as the blood escapes the body and fertilizes the land, and there's some wonderful folk horror tropes that can be brought into this for sure. There's
Yeah.
also the whole conflation with the dance of the seven veils. This is like fact for many people that this is the dance that Salome danced. Um, and you see this very popularly in opera. There's that famous uh, viewable performance of Maria Ewing, famous opera singer, and the disrobing on stage to the point of actual nudity, whether that's a shock thing in various productions or not. But that particular production is really well known, and she's a fantastic singer. At least I think so. There are many people who will argue with me on that. Her depiction of Carmen is one of my favorites still. I'll fight people on that. Um, but also just this notion of the dance that revolves around the playing into the Orientalism of the 19th century, going into the 20th century. That this also, I think, is so conflated with there's these standardized westernized versions of traditional dances, kind of treating belly dancing as this monolithic thing, but there's a whole dance tradition that evolves out of that, and specifically balancing the scimitar on the head
Mm.
becomes associated with this Salome figure. And to complicate that further, that sets the stage for the lore around the Bombagira called Bombagira Cigana Salome. So she's a member of the Cigana family, of the quote unquote gypsy family. It's really difficult to translate that word because it incorporates more than what would be called Roma or Romani,
Yeah.
and is both a slur but also one that is not a slur for many people. And it's so I translate that quickly to explain, but Cigana as a stock stereotype within Brazil became one that was yes uh, based in racial stereotypes as carefree people, as people who were not beholden to any one government, but also then became something that was worshipped within certain spiritist traditions and incorporated into the African spiritist traditions as well, as this powerful force of people that were always able to come back on top. They were always able to reverse the status quo in their favor. And these notions of Cigana are where you see mentions of see Cigana Salome more mentioned than Cigana Herodias, but you do see Cigana Herodias or Cigana Herodiade. Um, but Cigana Salome has an extensive lore, and is there's also a whole history here of the conflation of the Ciganas or the Povo Cigano and the Pombagiras specifically, because in the early days of Umbanda, they were saluted together because they were these kind of carefree people, the people of the streets, and the Cigana and the Cigano, the people, the Cigano people, were called at the same time. And then they were moved elsewhere in the liturgy at some point within most Umbanda and kind of codified into separate lines. And at that time, that somehow there were a whole bunch of Ciganas that apparently were like, I'm not leaving the Pombagira. So Pombagira Cigana was born from this, where there was this pollination, cross-pollination, intersection. And around this time in Umbanda, it's really interesting to see how Umbanda is cultivating and like a mama bird just sitting on a bunch of eggs at once is
Mhm.
pulling from all the traditions that are extant around it, that many of them are dying out or in threat of not being able to survive with this popularization of spiritist religion that's happening through Umbanda. But Umbanda also provides, very Catholicism wise, a place for them to survive in some ways. So you see the cults of Jurema moving in, and you see the Malandros born, and the Malandrajem are an outgrowth of Jurema spirits, but also then became their own thing, where they were the hustlers and the thugs and the prostitutes were all in these groups that you couldn't get, they could always bring a situation back to their advantage. Then you have this the Pombagiras Ciganas, you have the Eshus and the Pombagiras being codified under this 20th century spiritist lens in Umbanda, while simultaneously harkening back to something older through claiming the African inheritance as well.
Mm.
As well as the European inheritance and the indigenous inheritance, and making it seem like this was the true way all along, which was a very common thing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, right? That we're producing the universal way,
Right,
which
right. Big
is
stories. Yeah.
yeah, which is always still through a very specific biased lens, but that's,
Mhm.
it is what it is. But we still see this really strong forward movement with Cigana Salome, where you can't tell if a ponto cantado, a sung point, is meant for the pure cigana figure or the pombagira, because people, you can just substitute the word in. And when you have these oral traditions, that's part of it, is that you can change a song to fit in the character that you like, which happens in umbanda, kimbanda, jurema all the time, right? You
Mm.
like a song, but you don't know, have a relation to the spirit that's being sung about, but you can put your spirit in there because it inspires you.
Mm.
And this is no different than like every camp I've ever seen perform doing parodies to, popular songs and like rewriting the lyrics. This is
Hmm.
this is a proud part of folk tradition.
Yep.
Um,
Tradars, right?
yeah,
Traditional arrangement.
exactly.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. Or there's, look at early history of American songs and their British origins. Just rewrite them, and it's a totally different thing. It doesn't reference
Hmm.
the original one at all.
Hmm.
So Cigana Salome, you hear this, there's a beautiful ponto, right, of like, que bonita mujer is a que bonita mujer, a meia-noite cigana apareceu, is a beautiful one, because that refrain goes into this kind of non-lyric of oh, danza cigana Salome, where it's just this, it's like this one of those times where you don't have lyrics come in, and it's implying that there's dancing going on, or that it's so that the vision of this pombagira or this cigana move you so much that you don't have words. You can only kind of emote in the song.
Mm.
And then
Hmm.
it's dance on the point of your feet. You bring ashe, you bring forza, you bring power to do things. So
Mm.
this beheading force, this swirling mess of cloth that brings destruction and blood, that is always movement. Cigana Salome, Pombagira Cigana Salome is associated with dance, and that saber that's balanced on the head in modern belly dance traditions. So she is the seven veils, but the seven veils also bring us back to Ishtar Inanna
Hmm.
inflations, and then are playing on all of these tropes that around this time period, everything is just pulling up otherness and unveiling yourself. And is this an initiatic or, metaphor, or is this sexual metaphor, or does it matter, because you can change everything to what you need it to be, because
Mm.
each one of us is our own prophet, I suppose. Um, that's my TED talk, or my head talk.
Thank you for coming to my head talk.
Yeah, I'm just a girl, Salome might say. Um,
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's yeah, a wonderful take through of some really complicated mythic and ritual practices going on, and where they flow together and can become crystallized in a practice and a need and a set of not just value centers, but like um, fulfillments and ambitions and drives and familiarities
yeah,
in every spirit sense of the word.
yeah.
Mm, yeah, yeah.
Also, salami, right? It's just like,
Yeah,
no
I
way.
mean,
I love that
yeah.
salami is made from beef heart traditionally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's meat, but it often has the heart in it. And I always think about that in its metaphor for like it's a giant donkey dong of a meat stick
Yeah.
that has a bearing of, homophonically to my pun-loving ears of
Hmm.
Salome. And so yeah. Um,
I've got, yeah,
what was
yeah.
that? What was that? Is your ass a charcuterie board? Because my meat's about to go anyway. I get said weird dad jokes by the most conservative of my friends. It's always so fascinating. Um,
Well, what we repress and don't, right?
yeah.
Good old humor.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any repression here. It's just I'm like, this is hilarious. But
There's one.
repress
there's
or compress, one of the two.
Bring me the heart in the
That's
shape
right.
of a dong. Yeah, amazing. There's one final thing I want to add before we jump into some of these other topics, which is just like a very brief thing I've come across relatively recently. Speaking of like the strange ways that the name of Salome gets altered and changed, which came up as a result of the work I've been doing with Brian on the Black Raven, this Germanic manual of Faustian treasure hunting and ghost slaying that we just put out.
Yeah.
Um, there's some really interesting Arbitel material in there, along with the seven Olympian seniors. They call them kings there. This is like Fuol, Ophiel, Ok, or Och, etc. Along with those, which are very common in the Arbitel material, it's kind of what makes it Arbitel in some ways. It lists the names and sigils also of like seven officers of those seniors, which I haven't really come across before. One of them crops up in some stuff, Dardiel, but some of them are pretty unique, and they would seem to be the familiar spirits granted by work with those seniors, which seems to have been done either by the Raven scribe themselves or a magician to whose work that scribe had access. And this is in line with the Arbitel's instructions, after all, right? That it says if you work with these spirits, they'll send familiars, and they'll have their own names, and crucially, they'll have their own sigils, because the Arbitel also has a whole thing about how the names will change over time. The reason I'm raising this is that the officer of Haggith, the Olympian senior of Venus, is called Salomiel. And it's pretty common to add el suffixes onto all manner of spirits in Faustian stuff, and categorically not just angels. Mephistophiel is one rendering of Mephistopheles or Mephistopheles.
For the greater
Uh,
glory of God. Just yeah, makes sense.
hmm and not like, oh, there's this other spirit that is set over Mephistopheles. No, it categorically talked about as a senior devil. You also get like Hydriel, who's a senior water elemental.
Mhm.
Um, and I haven't actually tried to conjure them yet, so I can't say for sure or even speak from my own experience. But like, this has me wondering for quite a while about an echo or a version or a genius or a reference to Salome.
Mhm.
It may simply be rooted in that like Hebrew shalom, right? The peaceful one,
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
from which Salome derives her name after all. And like this, but crucially, this is like categorically Venusian, like an officer of Haggith, right? Um, and this, not to say that all spirits have to only answer to one planet, but there's a lot of Venusian stuff going on here, whether mother, daughter, the flow between them, women's both licit and allegedly illicit power. And sure, like Venusian spirits are often, categorically regarded as and called as peace loving, but there also feels something of the possibility of the sensual here too, especially when we're talking about the Arbitel being brought in to do work of folk necromancy, of
Hmm.
find treasure, of living a good life, by which I mean an enjoyable life, not necessarily a life that's regarded as moral by the arbiters of moral standards. Yeah, there feels something here that's, yeah, just I'm still exploring that.
Yeah, I mean, I open source that shit, Al. We can put that up and be like, we'd
Hmm.
like to see your experiences with Salome.
Hmm. Like I said,
I
the Raven has a sigil for it.
That's beautiful. And find us in our Patreon for the next experiment we shall do.
Yeah.
I do love the idea of going back right to to the name origin, and then also with all of the layers of what this is
Mm.
of Salome and the manipulation of men's desires to something. It makes me call to mind Valerie Solanas' Scum Manifesto. Are you familiar with that?
Hmm.
Yeah, right. Society for Cutting Up Men.
Hmm.
I think most of us in theater school find this through Chuck Mee's work because he was a big fan of using her Scum Manifesto in like Bacchae 2.1 and others, where you just this what is the opening paragraph is life in the society being at best an utter bore and no aspect of society being at all relevant to women. There remains to civic-minded, responsible, thrill-seeking females only to overthrow the government, eliminate the money systems, institute complete automation, and destroy the male sex. But there's a point later on where I remember because the Maniads speak of this in Bacchae 2.1, where he's Chuck Mee is a cut up playwright, so he
Hmm.
pulls from public domain sources and uses a classical text or an otherwise copyright free text to then fuck up and explain in this way. But what is it? Eaten up with guilt, shame, fears, and insecurities, and obtaining, if he's lucky, a barely perceptible physical feeling, the male is nonetheless obsessed with screwing. He'll swim a river of snot, wade nostril deep through a mile of vomit if he thinks there'll be a friendly pussy awaiting him.
Mm.
And I think there's something for me in the kind of um, Herodias Salome complex that is both incredibly knowledgeable of how to manipulate people through their desires and
Mm.
retain sovereignty and retain hopefully stay on the upper advantage of that because at least there's this lore of being punished here by the prophet or beheaded in these ways. There's also just the lore of this constant coming back to Herodias commands a third of the people of the earth somehow
Mm.
in these medieval accounts, right? And that this conflation between the two of them, there's I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by the conflation of witches as people who seduce men, witches and their evolution from being non-human entities to bringing people with them to the Sabbath, to them also by the Xeroxing great effect of suddenly humans themselves are the witches, and to now where every witch who was ever accused of witchcraft must have been an herbalist or a midwife. That we
Mm.
find in the kind of neo-pagan revisionism, which is equally dangerous an assumption to make,
Yeah.
and was really on a totally different aside because the book is still in pre-order, but Corinne just did a beautiful talk on the witch's ointment at the last VGS.
Mm.
And I await the ability to talk about what she brought up in the future after her book gets fully out there. But Corinne, you're awesome, and lots of things to ponder in there. But this notion of constant use of deviousness or poisoners or witchcraft, what can other be described solely as sexual desire or political machinations?
Yeah.
That these things are always in league. So, in also the notion to, I would assume, well, that was a lovely liquid you. I would assume that Klepoth herself has some notion as with the dancingness, that movement there. Um, it's an easy conflation to bring up the dance of Salome in some way with that, or that. Um, uh,
Yeah, 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 yeah. And again, the centrality, the bigger the myth, the more rivers that flow to and from it, right? Yeah, absolutely. Clethoth's spinning and dancing. It evokes Judith and Holofernes in terms of like actively beheading the guy that's hurt you and your
yeah.
family. Brings up Jezebel even as well.
Yep.
Yeah, both the specific theological figure or historical figure or legend, and also the modern making a small J out of the big J and being a Jezebel, right? Being a Salome. Yeah, no, there's a wealth of directions you could engage with and take this from.
Yeah. It's also I love there is a flow that happens, and it's interesting when it's reversed in that Salome should be another Jezebel or Judith, right? But in the sense of comparison to, yes, but Salome for Christians has supplanted all others,
Yeah.
right? Especially in the Edwardian era and later,
Yeah.
it just becomes this fascination with the forbidden sexuality and the Orientalism and these notions of um, cover up political a dying aristocracy and everything that goes with trying to keep power, that somehow Herodias and Herod and their antics become something that is incredibly familiar to
Mm.
a whole subset of society, and something else to understand on the basic lust level of for everybody to access more easily. So yeah, I think let's I would love to dive in and I will pull out the Raven after this and look.
Yeah, there's a great little think tank on the Patreon. Yeah, absolutely. If folks want to get involved and do some exploring, that's part of the reason why so enjoy working with Brian to put that out. Is like, okay, this is a grimoire that sets out being like, you can do the usual on most of your things. It doesn't, as I've said before, it doesn't give circle consecrations exactly. It gives one, but it also implies that you know what you're doing, and it seems to port very neatly into the parts of it I have experimented with, ports very neatly into an extant practice. Which again, hammer in the nail of the coffin of grimoire purism, please. I'll be here on my soapbox all day. Um,
Fuck
um,
off already.
not focusing.
If nothing else, I mean, our perspectives, our various alliances, friendships, and ways of thinking may have changed over the years, but we're still on about certain things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So someday folklorists will study the four arguments that we've been making for 50 episodes now and more. Um, so okay, to move through this, to move with it, beyond it, through the Vulgate and beyond.
From an undying legend to an everlasting plant.
Yes, that is one I am happy to entertain. Sorry, not that I was trying to be like, let me talk to you about life everlasting and all of extensive lore of which there is not. Uh,
No, a lot of names, a lot of cool names.
yes.
So generally now, Hylotephilium, telephilium, telephium. I can say Latin words. Sometimes sedum, telephium, but also in the folk, live forever, live long, immortel, as well as frog stomach, which is fun. Harping Johnny, Orpine, which we get a lot of, Orphan John, Witches Moneybags, Garden Stonecrop, and Midsummer Men, which definitely ties into most directly that its yellow flowering happens around August, and therefore it's often considered solary and of Leo and by extension fiery. Although a lot of early modernists specifically raise Dioscorides saying it's fiery and disagree with him. Pliny calls it telephium as well. Gerard names two kinds Spanish orpine, which he calls telephium or sempervivum silvestre, again, ever living. And he also names like common orpine. There is a bunch of stuff. There's some general beers I found about its use in generally healing things. But also, again, to that Midsummer Men thing, to jump straight to that. Where is that? Oh, yeah. So John Parkinson, in his Theatrum Botanicum, which is a king brick, is huge. I was reading about how it has some of it, like it has hundreds, if not maybe thousands, of botanical engravings. It was prohibitively expensive to print. Because of all these engravings in it. He generally is very skeptical about he's writing in the 17th century, but he's very skeptical of other herbalists who are including what we now distinguish as, and what he was kind of distinguishing as like magical uses of plants, but he still loves to report them, even if he's like looking down his nose at them. And he specifically talks about um, Orpin, Life Everlasting. It says the leaves are much used to make garlands around midsummer with the corn marigold flowers, put upon strings to hang them up in their houses, upon bushes and maypoles, etc. And then he quotes Tragus showeth a superstitious course in his country. Again, these are all superstitions to him.
Uh-huh.
Uh, that some use midsummer day is that some use after midsummer day is past to hang it up over their chamber doors or upon the walls, which will be fresh and green at Christmas, and like the aloe, spring and shoot forth new leaves, with this persuasion that they that hanged it up shall feel no disease as long as that abideth green.
Hmm.
So from that we do get, it seems from that the use of midsummer men at midsummer, we get a bunch of rites involving promoting health and long life, as well as like protection and purification. And certainly nowadays it seems a popular ingredient in anything, amulets, talismans, things called smudging rituals. Its scent is generally talked about as being calming and soothing.
Hmm.
And the soothing part of that seems to be the big part that like say William Langham and Gerard mention, right? That they liken it to house leeks. It's sodereth and healeth all wounds, says Langham of Orpin, or what he calls live long, especially ruptures, and stoppeth the bleeding of wounds, and ceaseth the ache if it is stamped and applied. And that's pretty consistent. It's you stamp it up and you put it on things, and it stops them hurting. And by extension, it's said to be good for preserving that long life and stuff.
Thus the name.
Right, right, right. Sometimes it is that simple, right? Um, it is that simples.
Yeah, I see this used a lot in a growing amount in the last 20 years for necromantic use, especially with regards to things that you anoint, um, things like skulls,
Mm,
bones. It can be applied to various reddenings, the traditions of reddening the bones, right, so that they are alive again, whether this is through a mixture of myrrh spirits or ochre or any number of reddening matter,
mm,
um, these various reddening agents that allow for the bones to look like they are bloodied and therefore have life again. And this is, a way of preserving, especially with something like myrrh, which will help prevent the brittleness of the bone from entering. But that life everlasting as an herbal ingredient coming in is important.
mm.
So anything that it is, as far as an elixir of life, seems to be an elixir of afterlife as well, of returning life to something. Um, as such, I've seen it used to within various forms, and I know that it's mentioned within Schulke's books too, to a similar end, but to with a specific purpose of, yes, this anointing of ritual skulls and objects to imbue them with a spirit, but also to return things to their proper abode. So that I have seen people pour life everlasting tea along with things, strangely, wormwood, life everlasting, and other things to pour on the grave of someone whose spirit is roaming, to
Mm.
bring them back to their remains, which is an interesting side because I don't know it's interesting that life everlasting is used in this way, right? Because it seems to be, for me, playing on the like, you are not out of this body, like you're not resurrected. Calm the fuck
Yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Life everlasting awaits you, but you must be in your proper place. You must be
Hmm.
waiting in the bosom of Abraham or limbo or wherever the fuck it is that bodies go that aren't saints,
Hmm.
and wait for the judgment. Um, so I think there's something interesting about that because it's not particularly a calming effect of the plant. It's invigorating, right? But it
Right.
is considered magically to have this tonic effect of just of fortifying the body and spirit.
Enlivening, not just as being more active in the world, but being in a specific place.
Yes.
Yeah,
Uh,
enlivening so you can rest properly.
yeah. And I
Mm.
think there's some interesting things there too, with anything that is deeply uh, tied into solar connections, and
Yeah.
right that when you employ this plant changes how it what its effect is.
Mm.
So you do, yes, it cleanses the breath, it cleanses respiratory issues, especially as rabbit tobacco, right? Like there's lots of things going here, that these folk names for different plants, a few that overlap with life everlasting, but that using something life everlasting at sunrise would have a different effect than using life everlasting at sunset. And so
Mm.
to bring the spirit of the sun into something that is you are awakening, then sunrise has that side, or even the midnight sun, right, of the son of the dead, of bringing that sunlight up into an object that is covered in darkness, something like a skull,
Mm.
as opposed to using it at sunset, which might be returning something to its place more. I don't know,
Mm. Hmm.
as a proposal. And what is it to for health would be at noon, right? Like you see even with the Sekhmet spells of,
Mm.
this great destroyer goddess is then invoked for health. Why? Because the sun at noon is at the peak of its health. Um,
Yeah, not just like solary capital S, one of the seven planetary flavors, although there's definitely all sorts of mysteries there, but like almost small s solary about like the actual thing in the sky that is rising and nooning and setting. And then away at night wherever it is. Yeah. That it's actually like brings up all sorts of things called heliotrope, and where you are uh aligning yourself and calling, not just calling the quarters in the sense of the cardinal directions, but the four, the horizontal cross made vertical, right? And the stations of the sun across the day. Yeah. They're doing things of plotwise to mirror the journey from the east to the west. Yeah. There's something I think important there, I think, and how that applies to when you use the thing being important.
yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. And I guess something about like what is longevity, is, a vigorous life, but also knowing when to rest.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. I think it's and this particular nomenclature too is wonderfully complex and kind of plays into the Salome factor a little bit, in that like this feature is such an integral part of what it is to be Christian,
Mm,
that this name is applied to so many plants.
mm,
Like, yes, there's the standard Heliochrysum that we're talking about, primarily, but I brought up rabbit tobacco for that reason. That rabbit tobacco is a completely, it's pseudo Nephalium obtusifolium,
mm,
but is an incredibly common North American plant that is. It's one of those plants that comes up for a lot of people. It's like when you say like what's one of your top five plants, like rabbit tobacco comes up
mm,
a lot from people I know, from herbalists I know, and it's an interesting. It has a slight mapley smell to it, sometimes called sweet everlasting, but also life everlasting,
mm,
and it is uh, used herbally to um, both honestly for both being drowsy and being not being able to sleep.
mm,
It's used for muscle cramps and both surfacely and in ingestion, um, and can be used for rheumatism and a bunch of other things, but heavily associated with anything respiratory. Um, and so yeah, the
So
leaves.
the life is in the breath again.
Yes, always,
Mm,
right? And that the for I think it's Creek Indian, for as a wash, especially the leaves, even for people who wanted to run away, and as a wash for people who are believed to be afflicted by ghosts.
mm,
So similarly, for people who cannot sleep because they're believed to be plagued by spirits,
mhm.
even the spirit of restlessness, that this is a good plant for bathing with. So yeah, lots of interesting things around it about restoring the vigor and health of the sun to your breath.
Mm.
Um,
Hmm.
Rabbit tobacco is far less vibrantly yellow in
Mm.
its in the way it looks. It's a different. Um, they're yellowish little flower heads.
Mm.
They are not like the heliochrysum, like bright ass yellow you see from a mile away, though.
Yeah, yeah.
They're more faint yellow,
Huh.
but
Mm.
interesting plant as well. So
Yeah.
and equally a life everlasting, and love that plant names are an immediate. When we talk about folk names, this is the easiest thing to describe, right? Like this plant is called by these many different names because nothing is universal.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Fuck your universalism.
Not focus in cable knit sweaters, but focus in punk as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, folk as a different plant name. I don't know that I lost my life everlasting there.
As a verb of what plants are doing, something like that, you
Yeah,
know. Yeah, yeah,
something.
yeah. And what we're evoking when we're using them. Yeah. What purpose are we facing the same direction on? Hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. So, um, on that, having not as much folklore to look at, um, to an abundance of lore because it is so, or at least a breadth of use, if not lore, is the agate.
Yeah.
So I love that you proposed. It's one of those times where you proposed something so specific, the Orpheus agate
Hmm.
specifically, and because of Orpheus and heads and things, but also then realizing we haven't done agate.
Yeah.
And who are we if we've not done agate? But the agate itself is because we have done, I believe we've done Chalcedony.
And carnelian, yeah.
Yeah, and agate is it's just such a broad term. These names that go across the board here of moss agate, fire agate, Orpheus agate. There's lots of different types.
Yeah, yeah, and then again, like all the things that like have their own names that aren't including agate. That so like nowadays, it's generally talked about as a set of varieties of chalcedony quartz. But then it's also defined by its color, which again, big theme for us, right? That color
Mhm.
matters. So yeah, the red one is carnelian, the brown one is sardonyx, the green is chrysoprase. Yeah, and pretty much every medieval source I got into with the lapidaries, basically like Leonardi, for instance, in Speculum, says, there are several kinds of agate, of Sicily, India, Crete, Cyprus, and says each of these species possesses a specific different property that emanates from it. But then there are also some that say all agates will do these particular things as well.
Mhm.
Um,
A whole family just waiting there for your use.
yeah. This mother is agate. This daughter is also agate, but they're not necessarily the same, except when they are, except when they're not. Yeah, the profusion of names for things that are the thing, but are an expression of the thing, that are a version of the thing. When we're not sure what it is, when we are sure what it is. The thing called agate or agates or acates,
Hmm.
from the river from which it is supposedly originally found. We can go right back in terms of like before jump into like some of the précis of the medieval stuff of the lapidary stuff itself, which is that while there is a specific Orpheus agate, like a moss agate, it's kind of like tan orangey with like striations of some kind of red. Um, it's pretty, but it's there is a connection to Orpheus, partly because he is wearing a ring of some agate, which is said to be his secret muse. He's wearing that when he descends into Hades to bring back his wife. Um, but there's also a kind of a deeper connection of Orpheus to not just that particular agate, but all agates and more stones in general. In that one of the texts attributed to Orpheus is the Lithika, this epic poem of supposedly 774 verses, which is about the healing and magical properties of stones. And these poems seem to derive a series of lost sources, be derived from, excuse me, a series of lost sources of like medical, astrological, content and use, discussion of like crystals and gemstones, specifically often in order to make offerings to please the gods, which is where like why is he wearing that ring when he goes to Hades? Because by most reckonings he is pleading, he's making a petition to the Lord and Lady of the underworld to let him bring his wife back. And certainly there's a long tradition, if we're going to look at like, okay, it's a ring of agate, long tradition of agate rings rendering one eloquent, sociable, persuasive, powerful, vigorous, making one look good and be amiable in all matters pertaining to the earlier translations are gods and the later are to God as well as to men. And so this idea of like, what do you wear when you need to make a persuasive case to a powerful entity or deity or power is really interesting to me. Yeah. There are a bunch of some of the general uses of agate are around preventing snake bites, especially when, funnily enough, it's carved with a snake. Sometimes people specify which agate does that particularly, but also there are anti-scorpion charms, especially if a scorpion is carved on it instead. A lot of stuff about agates, their thermodynamic properties. You can put them in hot water, and that will make the water go cold faster, which is like I feel like often that is, I've maybe ranted about this before, that's often depicted as this like, oh, here's this weird thing that nature does, but that's also specifically used to talk about, and that's why it can decrease fever, right? It's all humoral, baby. I also just like this connection seems to come up a lot about improving eloquence, which again feels like it feels at least relevant when we're talking about Orphic associations and Orpheus specifically, not just as a prophetic head, but a great speaker, a great poet, a great bard, which we'll no spoilers be getting into later, right? There are some specifics I did find and bits and pieces of the translation of the Lithika from, say, Charles William King's Natural History, Ancient and Modern, of Precious Stones and Gems and of the Precious Metals, which came out in 1865, where he quotes, thus Orpheus sings how, if thou wearest a piece of the tree agate on thy hand, the immortal gods shall be pleased with thee. If the same be tied to the horns of thy oxen when ploughing, or round the ploughman's sturdy arm, wheat-crowned Keres shall descend from heaven with full lap upon thy furrows. And this also seems relevant to like later medieval stuff where it's used as a lure for pearls. You would tie agate to your nets if you were trying to look for pearls. King goes on to say, what else is here? How every kind of agate is an antidote to the asp's bite if taken in wine, but the more potent brocatella, if merely tied on the wound, cures the scorpion's bite. Enables the wearer to gain the love of all women, obtain all his petitions from the powerful again, and cure the sick man whose thread is not actually severed by Clotho. Love a little Morai Muse reference in there. Apparently, Pliny jestingly quotes the Magi as teaching that, besides these virtues in Persia, by burning them, storms could be averted. So there's like powdering it and using it in incenses, which is always interesting for a stone, right? Also will avert thunderbolts. The proof of their efficacy being that if thrown into a cauldron of boiling water, they immediately cooled it, right? So again, this is a proof of its actions, not just a weird thing it does for as a party trick. In order to do good, they must be strung on the hair of a lion's mane, it's sometimes said. The stone colored like a hyena's skin. I love how specific they get about these. On the contrary, viewed with horror as the cause of domestic strife. So again, we have the idea that like stones can do all sorts of things and they're not always good. The Corachatos was an antidote against spider and scorpion bites, and the tree agate is also good for sight, which again is one of those consistent things that so many stones seem good for. I can bang on a little bit more about the lapidaries themselves.
Please.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna stop the info dump.
So agate turns up in the medieval lapidaries. Often, either they start by talking about a particular type that's black with banding, but they will very quickly also say like, "Oh, there's many different kinds." So Albertus Magnus on minerals or on stones says there are three chief kinds. One of them will show you dreams if you put it under your head, a classic dream incubation stone. He quotes Avicenna of one that enables one to overcome perils and give strength to the body. He also quotes Evax. There's an agate that will make a man pleasing, agreeable, and persuasive. Again, right, protects against adversity as well. So this isn't just to get what you want immediately. It's also that you are there's an ambient or passive charisma that makes life just generally easier for you. And he also says that the Indian kind preserves the sight and is good against both thirst and poisons, which is interesting, where poison is often something that doesn't always have a direct manifest occult quality, doesn't always have like, oh, there are poisons that will dry you, that will overly wet you, that will overly heat you, that will overly cool you. But then there are other poisons that noted from very, very early on that didn't do any of these particular humoral actions, but nevertheless still hurt you. And sometimes those are likened to a thirst of the body. That it interrupts the receiving of the nutrients of things in some way. The Peterborough lapidary, to give us some oldie Englishy examples, again starts by saying, "Oh, agates of many kinds." Speaks of a kind that is, it says gold colored, but then says also of the color of frankincense and myrrh. So again, we're talking more like tans and things like that. That one tempers softly and comforts old men. He says all kinds are good against serpent bites. He says there's a kind that makes good speaking together. Again, this like emphasis on eloquence. He says there's a red spotted Indian kind, which helps witchcraft. And again, I had to reread that because I'm so used to seeing these ones for helps against witchcraft. But no, this is categorically like helps you do witchcraft. For with it, they change tempests and dry up rivers and streams. There is a kind that is good for shapes and images of kings to be engraved on it, which makes one gracious, pleasing, and fair speaking, as well as giving might and strength. So again, there's this consistent sense of like making life easier for yourself in dealing with people that you need favors from or people who are more powerful than you, as well as some like guarding against venomous things, as well as giving you a general sense of like vigor and strength.
Hmm. Yeah, I think there's a lovely. I mean, so much of the image carving tradition of talisman making is
Mm.
reliant on agates and related stones because it's hard to determine where the boundaries are with some of these stones, right? Especially with agate being such an overlap, right? Like onyx, carnelian,
It's so
chalcedony
difficult. Yeah.
are flowing back and forth, and it's dependent on whether like the difference between carnelian, agate, and carnelian is merely whether there's bands, and the bands might not even be visible on the piece that you have. So they're essentially the same stone because it's still all a variant of quartz, but
Yeah.
carnelian is no bands. It's unbanded
Yeah.
chalcedony. And
Mm.
then carnelian agate is banded chalcedony. That's red. And so again, the term for these things often overlaps. And I see the familiar, like we talked about this with coral that I believe it made the final cut, but the idea that carnelian, red carnelian, and coral are often called by the same name in many cultures that are trading for those things.
Mm.
Because especially inland cultures tend to be like, is it red? I like it. Give it to me.
Yeah.
It's color holds the key, not necessarily the metaphysics of its chemistry that we can't see,
Mm.
which is again, color theory is its own sweet spot of both of our, as you were just saying, it's like color has power,
Yeah.
and it's silly to pretend that there's just some material structure that we, other than the light reflection, that we're going to find out one day as to why carnelian agate has a different property than carnelian.
Yeah,
But
that banding is fascinating, right? Because there are lapidaries that talk about like, oh, some agates will have the shape of trees in them naturally, or branches in them naturally. Like these are the shape that is already imbued in it, the letters that you can already read of it are important as well.
Yeah.
And not just because, oh, that's a mineral deposit of another sort that gives it this other property because of this magical chemistry or this magical geology, but because it is because the morphology includes those things, the sympathy includes those things, the signature includes those things. The way it is used is in accordance with what it looks like and is doing in the world.
hmm I think as part of this talisman inheritance and how many things are just put upon it, you also it can be complicated by bringing in the akik stones, right, of
Yeah,
Islam.
yeah.
So akik means quartz in Arabic, and I think it means agate in Turkish. But in generally, it's anything Chalcedony related can be called akik. And so having different properties and qualities, but this goes back to the it's that Muhammad peace be upon him, wore an akik ring set with silver when the idols were removed from the Grand Mosque in Mecca.
Mm.
And so there is this blessing. This is also a thing where silver is the main jewelry metal for Muslim men, right? So there's a whole side of it there that the akik stone and things that are especially Quranic verses now is the whole carving of it. But you see cameos and things like this from an early time period just because of the hardness of the stone. It's not overly hard. It can still be carved,
Mm.
but it is hard enough that it's not going to fall apart once you pay to have this engraved. I also in studying image magic, just as an aside, because I was thinking about this, of when you lack fluency in how something is made, you might not see why certain things are designed the way they are,
Mm.
and that in like using a paintbrush and drawing a quick figure, if you are good with it, it can look like a man sitting on a throne with a lion on one shoulder and an eagle standing on his head while he
Mhm.
stands on a crocodile. And
Mhm.
if you are quick and know what you're doing, this is a few strokes to
Mm.
to imply this. It is not as the heavy detail that when we use a micro tipped pen to kind of add scales to everything to make it a palatable image. Palpable, palatable. Um, but I mean, like the what is it the notion of angles and how they work and why Southeast Asian alphabets tend to have lots of curves because they were writing on leaves. And
Yes, palm leaf
yeah,
manuscripts.
so if
Yeah,
you do
yeah,
a
super
sharp
curvy.
angle, it's going to pierce it. Whereas if you're carving in stone or wood, angles are much easier than curls. So it's just the matter of where something evolves, the gun germs and steel of it all,
Hmm.
to kind of bring it in, and that Akik and agate in general and all of its guarding against certain things can easily be the image that was carved in it as well. Yes, there might
Hmm.
be stone things, but a lot of times it reads to me like someone asked, "What does that ring do?" And what's carved on it is as important for the person as the stone that it's made from. Especially with something as broad as agate, and I think part of the listing of so many sources to it is because of its use in in image magic, specifically.
Yeah, 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 yeah. What you are writing on and what you are writing with is crucial to how that writing is going to form and crucially how it's going to continue to develop and not develop, right? What parts have we nailed? Like this is the best way to write on lontar, like palm leaf. This is the best way to carve into stone. And what's gonna need to adapt and change. Where do that letter or that phoneme need to be converted into a not just a thing that we can say with our with the vowels of or the consonants of our language, but also of like how we can write it down. Yeah, I also just think like there's a sense of not making things too complicated by like if you've got a bunch of different rings, of being like it's the scorpion one.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, absolutely. Um, I I think too, just to kind of take it back to Orpheus Agate specifically,
yeah.
it's an agate geode, right? So it
Mhm.
has other properties of it, but I found the fascinating thing of it is from this one tiny area in my pronunciation is gonna be the Rodopi Mountains, with the Karzali province, that is like the size of a football field is where this occurs. So it's a very rare agate, but it is named for Orpheus. because literally this is an area where Orpheus is Thrace, is Thracian, right? So this is an area where Orpheus was said to be,
Mm,
and I also like this for the simple thought of complicating Greece, quote unquote,
mm,
of in the ancient world that this lovely political boundary was not just hard fast. That both Bulgarians that I know will tell you that they are the birthplace of Orpheus and Dionysus, and that the Garden of Eden was there as well. And long running jokes amongst the Balkans of that it's Bulgaria being one of the larger countries is like it's all Bulgarian.
of course.
As opposed to whatever you're calling your local variant. Um, but so it has this beautiful play on. It can be very green too, but these bands that come in and the geode nature of it, this interstitial area between the like moss agate and like colored plumes of the geode going in. So apparently it's very recognizable for people once they have seen it, and it is very pretty.
Mm.
But yes, one of those things where something and it's appropriate going back to what you said about agate, right? That it's named for the river, right? The Achates, or
Yeah.
now the Rio in Sicily, which was a Greek territory at the time. But yeah, it's agate is kind of hmm, it's the what the ash or the oak of the stone world. It's just all
Right.
all trees are this until they're proven otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here,
Hmm.
it's all stones are probably an agate at first. It's huge, obviously, for the bead world as well.
Mm.
Um, I love that agate becomes a catch-all term for rocks that you don't necessarily know what they are. Like, oh, I don't know what that is. It's probably some form of agate.
It's the archaeologists for ritual purposes.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting how that goes. 'Cause it's like, okay, we know this one's onyx, and we know this one's moss agate, and we know this is fire agate, and we know this
Hmm.
is carnelian, and
Hmm.
this is another form of chalcedony.
Hmm.
But like, oh, that it's some form of agate.
This is agate that is black. Yeah. This
Yeah,
is this is black agate. Yeah.
or what's sometimes called, these various folk names like mountain jade, which is
Mm.
marble, and other things that happen. It's just fast, all over the place. So, a geek or not, there is a lot of things going on here with agate.
Mm.
A gate. Maybe it's a
Hmm.
gate to the underworld.
There we go.
There's the chaos magic of it all. Let's bring it back. What kind of stone did Orpheus need to cross the gate into the underworld? A gate.
A gate stone.
Yeah. Um,
Glorious.
so I suppose on the kind of uniqueness of specifically like Orpheus agate, this thing that can be named for us a very tiny deposit
Mm.
of a stone. Um, the alicorn is
Mm.
as I am absolutely a unicorn gay. Not in the sense that I am unique, but I have been fascinated by unicorns my entire life. Made fun of it, had fun with it, and when I was in the Bronx for over a dozen years, right, up in Kingsbridge Heights, one of the most unique museums in the city is the Cloisters, which is in Fort Tryon Park, which is just below Inwood, just below the top of Manhattan. So it was, less than a half-hour walk
Mm.
from where my apartment was. The Cloisters themselves, for me, just take it on the self-lore journey here. When my brother went to West Point, we visited him a couple of times, and my parents asked, "What do you want to see?" And at that time, I knew that there was a T-Rex in the Natural History Museum, and I was a dinosaur nerd when I was 6. But when we went back when I was 10, I was a unicorn nerd, and I wanted to go to the Cloisters
Mm.
because they have an alicorn and they have the unicorn tapestries. And at this point, this is pre-internet, right? This is maybe by that point. I don't remember when I had Prodigy, but I definitely had Prodigy as a young fake millennial. But I remember my dad trying to ask where it was, and like nobody. I remember him stopping at a toll booth, and the one was like, "Do you mean the oysters on Long Island?" Um, because cloisters was not a term people threw around. But if you've never been to the cloisters, long story short, at Fort Tryon Park, what Rockefeller the Younger did in order in his kind of giant philanthropic exploits to try and, I don't know, buy his way back into heaven from his father's misdeeds. He bought the Palisades across the river, right? And forbid them from being developed. So when you're in Fort Tryon Park, in it, you look across the river and it's mostly trees. And you can see the George Washington Bridge to your left, but as mostly you see the cliff sides and trees, so it looks closer to what the river looked like, so time immemorial.
Right.
Um, but what he did is that he went and I think a couple of them are, at least two or three of them are Catalonian, but Spanish and French, I believe, cloisters, five of them, boxed them up, shipped them to New York, and reassembled them in a unified manner. And so there are five cloisters that are a mix, much like Saint relics, of these medieval architecture, and it is the branch, the medieval and Renaissance branch of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. But because it's in a different location, because it's in the inaccessible part of Manhattan, meaning above Midtown, uh, and above the upper and east, upper west and east sides, which are neither upper, really sides, but that they have these unicorn tapestries that are fabled, because I think there's six of them, right? And including the unicorn in captivity and the unicorn at the fountain. And they do have at least one exemplar of an alicorn of what is most likely a narwhal horn. I say this because I'm relying off of 30 years of mythologic memory as opposed to doing any research for this particular part of my rabbit hole. So what I will say on past that is that unicorn as a beast is fascinating because it always comes up as this metaphor for uniqueness.
Mm.
Also, the play in English of unique unicorn, with a liquid U and a knot. But also, if anyone has not seen Death of a Unicorn, I thought it was fantastic. But the idea of these incredibly difficult animals that are not particularly docile, the way that
Mm.
they are depicted in the kind of post-Victorian era, where anything from the mythic times is always is depicted as this thing that will never hurt us, and that it loves a maiden as opposed to anyway, watch Death of
All very soft focus, all very choirs of angelic, yeah, all deeply. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah,
yeah,
all deeply very harmless and
yeah, the
soft,
pixies,
and
right? Like it's just the
yeah.
butter out for the fairies outside the house. Inside. Um,
Let's folk horror your pastoral here, not yours,
yeah.
but theirs. Yeah. No, absolutely.
It's also there were a few books I'm sure that like shaped that. I think there's a book by Nancy Hathaway called The Unicorn, and I remember that because of her last name.
Hmm.
There is a really beautiful picture book that came out in, I don't know, late 80s, early 90s called Unicornus that goes in this. But like the unicorn lore was really big. You have Legend, the movie that deals with a young Tom Cruise,
Oh
uh,
yeah,
and Tim Curry as the devil around the unicorn, and the sacredness of it. Um,
the sacredness of Tim Curry Devil. Yeah,
Absolutely.
hanging out
Um,
with Grace Jones. Yeah.
yeah, and that the unicorn myth itself, obviously, it changes so much throughout what it is, but we do, because the Vulgate translates unicorn, right? It's so
Hmm.
re'im or re'im is translated, and it means giant beast. Maybe it's the aurochs, maybe it's a giant ox of some sort,
Yeah.
but it sure gets translated as God has saved me from the horns of unicorns. And
Hmm.
it's, I think it's Book of Job, and that you get biblical lore of like even the jokes of Noah's Ark, right? That the unicorn didn't make it, and that's why when it died out, or that it did,
Hmm.
and because it's mentioned. So anyway, I know that there are a lot of specificities. It is the symbol of Scotland, right? Mythic sovereignty right there. Um,
Hmm.
but the quote unquote universality of the unicorn, as far as whether it's deer-like, horse-like, ox-like, is it a rhinoceros? Is it a wild oryx whose head is turned sideways and gets mistaken for the unicorn? There was a lot of that. Oh, we're mistaking wildlife for it, as opposed to sensationalizing wildlife because we've never seen it,
Yeah.
which might end up having the same result, but it's not the same motive. That what we talked about with like the basilisk and manticore lore and things like this.
Hmm.
That certainly one. I remember Ripley's, not Ripley's Believe It or Not, but also Ringling Brothers used to bill their unicorn, which was a goat that had one horn, which you can move the bud of a baby goat to the center of its head.
Yeah.
And they tried to manufacture unicorns in this way, but it does happen occasionally on its own. But that there, I remember it when they came to town in the 80s to the whatever convention center that was, and
Hmm.
they paraded this little tiny goat unicorn around on a floating little thing. Um, I was sold. I still am. But
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
there's whether the alicorn itself as to what how it's depicted, and the other metaphor I'll get into before letting you info dump is I the unicorn horn itself as a purifier of poison and as a thing that casts out impurity was big for my own kind of oil parades, right? With wolf and goat back in
Mm,
the day of just the notion of not, some things that exercise do not necessarily mean that they banish, but they
mm,
can equilibrate.
mm,
And that there is a difference between this, that the unicorn horn as a medicine disperses poison or brings things back to a natural state in its lore. Not necessarily everything flees from it
mm,
because the poison is still there, but it can convert containers of water to purity. It can get rid of poisons. Similarly, the is this just a narwhal trade? And certainly I say certainly a lot right here. That most of the alicorns we see are absolutely narwhal horns
yeah.
or carved elephant tusks, but most of them are narwhal horns. And
Yeah.
pieces of them, it's a very pure ivory that is not from an elephant.
Mm.
And that's a whole other thing. But the last metaphor I was going on was Last Unicorn specifically, being a
Mm.
child of the 80s and really weird movie, first off.
Yeah.
Just bizarre. But when she has to, when the old witch, the carnival leader, recognizes the unicorn for what she is, she has to put a false unicorn horn on it in order that the public will actually recognize it as a unicorn because most people cannot see the horn. So this notion of having to put a false unicorn horn on a real unicorn is tossed around in many circles, and happily by me as well, of what vending magical items has to be like. That, that
Things that look like things often look more like things than things.
yeah, well, it's I think about this with regards specifically of going to a quimandero in Brazil and asking for a patois, and you trust that person because of their reputation and how it is, and they're gonna pour a bunch of powders into a cloth and maybe offer a pigeon to it and tie it up and hand you this thing that's made of string and ash and cloth and go, keep this on you at all times, never unwrap it, let it be what it would be. But you have no idea what went into it. It was a bunch of black ash.
Mm.
That could have 1,000 animals in it, or it could just be things from their fireplace.
Yeah.
But that in order to sell this, in order to make it feel like something, we have to put a whole artifice around that. So, for me, that ended up being okay, patois, and putting them in like different cowrie shells or shells and beating them and doing things inspired by both Caribbean versions of charms like this, but also Southeast Asian use of shells and how they work with different shells and do like macrame knots around them and fill things in with this kind of tar substance. How charm making across the world, it reminds me of Michael Crass, freshman year in college and design seminar. Like, no one cares if it's accurate, if it's ugly. And he was
Mm.
talking about historical costume design,
Right.
but this is true across the board when you are selling things.
Hmm.
And so, aesthetic is not something to be ignored. It is a choice. It is a tool that you can pick up or uh, choose not to at the time, but to ignore that it is something is to your folly. So I think
Yeah.
about that with false unicorn horn on a real unicorn of it's still a unicorn, but you won't be able to tell it's a unicorn if I don't put the false unicorn horn on.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
it's a weird kind of ethical dilemma
Hmm.
because you can also just have pure aesthetic that has no substance, and yet someone might get a lovely placebo effect or confidence from that too.
Yeah.
So, those of us engaged in the magical marketplace, you go somewhere and someone's like, "Oh, I just want it to look pretty," and you're
Mm.
like, "Okay, cool." So, a talismanic effect. This is not actually a talisman, but we can debate that another time. It looks like one though. It looks like I want to look like. It feels like Salome uh,
Hmm. Hmm.
seducing her stepfather. And therefore, that's
Mm.
more important than Salome being an 8-year-old playing with Jax and her gunkle being amused by this, which is probably
Yeah.
isn't because, you know, Seven Veils is more seductive. Anyway, unicorns.
Yeah.
Al.
From the lessons of Mummy Fortuna. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Mommy
important.
Fortuna. Thank you. I couldn't
Yeah.
remember.
Hmm. The yeah, the sense of like, can you recognize the thing can also be can be fooling, can be deceiving, can be leading the eye, but it can also be a way of engaging, right? Like that sense of making the talisman look like it's meant to, by whatever definition of meant to is going on. Is yeah, this is the ongoing thing, and that's there's not there's something of that to the shifting and changing and consistent parts of the myth and revision and natural history of unicorns themselves. I got deeply into Chris Lava's The Natural History of Unicorns.
Uh,
He has a lovely, the opening paragraph is really nice because he says the unicorn in your head depends on your background, which is an amazing beginning, right? We're talking about
yeah.
like what do you think it should look like, right? If you're steeped in the Christian tradition, he says you may conjure up a small, gentle, goat-like animal, perhaps cradled in a woman's lap. If your upbringing was secular, you may imagine a muscular, noble, equine creature, perhaps facing a lion on a coat of arms. If you have bred your children to sleep or dallied with New Age mysticism, your unicorn is most likely a soft-focused, airbrushed, magical beast, perhaps with a crystal about its person. At once, we see that the unicorn has different faces. It has more than it presently shows. Unicorn scholarship is almost as old as the beast itself, and what a tangled mess it is. Many have tried to track the unicorn's progress, and a few have glimpsed madness along the way. And I'm like, okay, I'm sold on this book. This is great. Um,
Because he has to sell you his theories in a way that resonates with you.
yep,
The
yep,
writing
yep.
itself is a unicorn horn.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah,
I
yeah.
love
And
it.
the depiction I want is going to include lots of different facets that might not agree with each other. Yeah. So we could praise these sources on unicorns. We have Ctesias of Cnidus. Lots of ctas in there. We also have Pliny's account, which seems partly based off Ctesias. We have a bunch of stuff in Scripture, Numbers, Deuteronomy, a bunch of Psalms, Isaiah, Job, as you said. Um, we have a bunch of things about the first Greek translations of the Old Testament around the third century before Common Era with the Vulgate stuff. We have Elian writing in like the second century, which is partly recycling Ctesias, but also gives us a bunch of other information and is like he has like three main things he says, but gets into some stuff that's a bit particular. We have Tertullian of Carthage, who starts to get into the exegesis of like theological meanings of the unicorn, which is important because that's going to inform a bunch of the bestiaries and their like moralizing, for want of a better term. Like, what is the
Hmm.
moralistic animal story here? The chief one being like the physiologus, which informs a bunch of other bestiaries. Um, and then we have like the Middle Ages and their connection to chivalry and courtly love and the idealizing of the courtly woman. And yeah, and then there's some biz about alicorn itself and like how quickly and for how long that becomes standardized as that's what that's meant to look like, which is also mostly yeah now well tussed. So Ctesias of Cnidus is a
You mean sea
physician.
unicorn?
Yes, yes. Catesis of Cnidus and the unicorn is a physician who ministers to the king of Persia, and he writes about a one-horned beast around 398 before Common Era. He says there are in India certain wild asses which are as large as horses and larger. They have a horn on the forehead, which is about 1.5 feet in length. He talks about its color. Those who drink out of these horns made into drinking vessels are not subject, they say, to convulsions or to holy disease, that is epilepsy. Indeed, they are immune even to poison if, either before or after swallowing such, they drink wine, water, or anything else from these beakers. So very clearly, early on, we've got this idea that like it purifies stuff.
Hmm.
So Aristotle's History of Animals briefly mentions the Indian ass. which have a single horn and are solid hoofed. And then talks about the oryx as a single horn and cloven hoofed. So we start to see some distinction between different things that have horns. Pliny's account describes Ctesias as wild asses paired with the Indian rhinoceros. This is in India, the fiercest animal is the monoceros, which in the rest of the body resembles a horse, but in the head a stag, in the feet an elephant, and that's common as well. In the tail a boar, and has a deep bellow and a single black horn, 3 feet long, projecting from the middle of the forehead. This animal, they say, cannot be taken alive. And so that starts this whole thing about like they are wild or they are faster or they are ferocious, which is not always the same thing. The accounts in scripture are worth just reciting before we get into like what exactly are they talking about. But there's in Numbers 23, 22, where God is like lauded for his power and faithfulness, specifically to the people of Israel. God brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of the unicorn. So it's regarded as a strong animal. In Deuteronomy, his glory is like the firstling of his bullock. His horns are like the horns of the unicorn, which is significant because we have horns, we have bulls and unicorns, different words, not referring to the same animals, as is sometimes said. Then the Psalms have all sorts of stuff. Thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorn. He maketh the cedars of Lebanon also to skip like a calf. Lebanon and Syrian are like a young unicorn. God's hailed for his promises to David in Psalm 92. My horn shall exalt thou like the horn of the unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. In Isaiah, we talked more about the power again of God raining down on enemies. The unicorn shall come down with them, and the bullocks with their bulls, and their land shall be soaked with blood, and their dust made fat with fatness. Longest passage is as you said is in Job, where God is being super like sarcastic and real snarky, and making this comparison about how great he is to Job versus how puny man is by comparison, right? Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee, or abide in thy crib? Can thou band the unicorn with his band in the thorough, or will he harrow the valleys after thee? Will thou trust him because his strength is great, or will thou leave thy labor to him? Will thou believe in him that he will bring home thy seed and gather it in thy barn? So the biblical unicorn is powerful in Numbers and Deuteronomy. It's dangerous in Isaiah. It's impossible to tame, and thus not much use domestically, which is the rhetorical questions asked by God of Job. And in general, it is worthy of a great deal of respect, right? So what's going on with that? Well, the first Greek translations are occurring of the Old Testament are occurring around the 3rd century BC. This is where we get the Septuagint, right? The supposedly 70 elders who are like all translating it. And Lavers points out that each member of the Septuagint independently decided to replace the Hebrew word reem, which is what they're translating, which is the word, with the Greek word monoceros, literally one horn, right? One horn in Latin is unicornus, and unicornus in English is unicorn. The reem of the ancient Hebrews, sometimes spelled re'in, with an apostrophe in the middle of those e's, the ancient Hebrews became a monoceros in Greek, and a unicornus in the Latin Bible, and eventually a unicorn or a lycorn or an einhorn or so on when the Bible was translated into the various, common vulgar tongues of Europe. So early translators, and apparently especially St. Jerome, rendered the Vulgate's use of both rhinoceros and unicorn, which only confuses matters further, right? It is not a one-for-one. As Lavers puts it, with the weight of the Vulgate behind it, this rhinoceros is reem idea did become a default position amongst Christians for about 1500 years. But this is partly difficult because for a number of reasons, one of which gets kind of queried by late, very late, 17th century, basically, Samuel Bocart, who makes this connection between the Arabic word rim, which is usually a white goat, which was considered especially big and powerful in comparison to other goats, at least, and the reem. He's working off a zoology by the Arab scholar Damari, sorry. And he uses that, Bocart uses that to compile his own Hierozoicon, which is kind of his like masterwork. So he's doing some like some linguistic stuff to try and work out what's going on here. Um, but there is this consistent sense that like it's easy to say a unicorn is just a rhinoceros that was explained badly, or to someone that had never seen one. The trouble is there are all sorts of accounts where people are like, no, I know what a rhinoceros is. This is not it. So Elian, who's writing in the 2nd century, has these, as I said, these 3 entries on unicorns, 2 from Ctesias, and the third, which is in On Animals, book 16, passage 20, my notes say, says like in the heart of India, there is said to exist a one-horned beast that they call Cartazonus, apparently. It's the size of a full-grown horse, has the mane of a horse, reddish hair, it's very swift of foot. Its feet are like those of the elephant, not articulated, and it has the tail of a pig. Between its eyebrows, it has a horn growing out. It is not smooth, but has rings, spirals of quite natural growth. So the spirally thing is there. This horn is also said to be exceedingly sharp. I am told that the creature has the most discordant and powerful voice of all animals. So not just powerful, but discordant. When other animals approach, it does not object, but is gentle. With its own kind, however, it is inclined to be quarrelsome. So here's this sense of like, sometimes it is very peaceful, sometimes it is very much not. There's a bunch of stuff about the males fighting with each other. The fact that strength resides in every part of the animal's body, but the power of its horn is invincible. And so Alien is like certain that the Cartazon is not the rhinoceros. He says elsewhere that a description of the shape and appearance of the rhinoceros would be stale 3 times over, for there are many Greeks and Romans who know it from having seen it in the Roman arena. It has a horn on the end of its nose, hence its name, rhinoceros, right? Horn nose, not the forehead. So there's a continual debate about like when is it and isn't it a rhinoceros, and for a while it's definitely translated like that with the Vulgate and St. Jerome, and that's an accepted theory for a while. That gets quibbled with in the 17th century. But you've got people far earlier on, like Tertullian of Carthage, offering this like theological meaning for it, which is thought to gloss over, like, let's not worry about like what kind of animal it is, let's worry about what the animal means, right? And he says it is not the rhinoceros that is designated as a unicorn and the minotaur as two-horned, but Christ is designated thereby as a bull on account of 2 characteristics. For some he is as cruel as a judge, for others mild as a savior. He says the bull's horn are the furthest ends of the cross. For on the yard of a ship, which is part of a cross, the outermost ends are called horns, but the pole in the center is called one horn. Finally, it is by virtue of this cross that, according to the custom of horned animals, he pierces every race with faith, lifting them from earth to heaven. So his whole deal is like all of these animals that are being mentioned that we're arguing about the zoology of are metaphors for Christ. And so the most important thing is that we remember Jesus, right? You've later got Bishop Ambrose of Milan in the 4th century, one of the revered like 4 Latin fathers of the Christian Church, who asks, who is this unicorn but God's only son, the only word of God, who has been close to God from the beginning, the word whose horn shall cast down and raise up the nations. And this again is like, this is the absolute like conflation of the unicorn, or at least the representation or allegory of the unicorn as Christ, right? God's son and God's word, crucially. And again, adding this Edenic point, right? That it's been there from the start. It's been there in Eden, even if it didn't get on the ark, right? It's there with God in the Garden of Eden, and therefore as an animal, been there before Adam and Eve even. And so there's this wonderful conjunction of God and the unicorn and the Garden of Eden that becomes this like very, very favored motif amongst like all sorts of writers and artists and craftspeople thereafter, and that it represents this centrally important character in the Christian story. And this is why it's such a big deal in the bestiaries, and arguably why it continues for so long, even though people are debating about what is it though, and like, are we just confusing it for something else? The Physiologus offers not just an account of it, which is interesting, but also it's the lessons from it. It describes it as a very small animal, like a kid, excessively swift, with one horn in the middle of its forehead. No hunter can catch it. But it can, and here's where it can be trapped by a virgin girl who is led to where he lurks, and there she is sent off by herself into the wood. He soon leaps into her lap when he sees her and embraces her, and hence gets caught. And its lesson from this is about how he is swift because neither principalities, nor powers, nor thrones, nor dominations could keep up with Christ, right? Nor could hell contain him. Great tagline for the movie, right? Nor could the most subtle devil prevail to catch or comprehend him. But by the sole will of the Father, he came down into the virgin womb for our salvation. So here we have the Virgin as Mary, which is where we also get this association of like unicorns and a virginal girl, lady, woman, pinnacle of Christian like womanhood and certainly medieval chastity and veneration and Marian variation. It goes on to say, like, it's described as a tiny animal on account of the lowness of Jesus's incarnation. Learn from me because I am mild and lowly of heart. It is like the kid or even like not just a goat, but a scapegoat, because the Savior himself was made in the likeness of sinful flesh, and from sin he condemned sin. The unicorn often fights with elephants and conquers them by wounding them in the belly, it's said as well, which is also like the raising up of the horn, like the raising up of David and the Davidic line and all that business. The thing about these Latin vestiaries is that there are also often they kind of have their cake and eat it, because there are often two one-horned animals. They distinguish the unicornus or the unicornis and the monoceros. The former is small and the latter is large, and monoceros starts to become more identified as the rhinoceros. In earlier takes, they're either wholly or partially mixed together. But it seems like Lavas says because like the Christian allegorists had trouble imagining an animal that was both small and large at the same time, so the little unicorn takes on most of the Christian symbolism, whereas the monoceros retains the characteristics of the one-horned creature of the Greek and Roman authors. So from there we get more of this Middle Ages stuff. The European obsession with courtly love, of chivalry, of woman worship of a certain kind of woman, of the longed for but invariably ruinous attractions of the female, as Lavas says. And this link between the unicorn and the maiden is like a rich and ready-made emblem of this noble courtly love and of the romantic lays and so on. And there's, again, to talk about like the eroticization that takes place in art with Salome, there's definitely this with like French poets and artists, as the bestial symbol of maleness is what has it, Lavas put it, equipped with a phallic object in close proximity to a woman. But more often than not, the secular and religious elements of unicorn iconography are difficult to disentangle. And he says perhaps the most famous religious romantic works of medieval unicorn art are the Vertuil tapestries, which are at the cloisters where we started. And that's around 1500. But like for a long time, like the point about like the consolidation from this like uncertainty of what it was to this consolidation of no, it looks like this and it means this, happens. Like the twisted and specifically like ivory colored spiraling horns appear on unicorns in Christian art from around 1200, but they continue throughout the medieval and late medieval and into the Renaissance, where the alicorn, which is the term that is invented so that people don't have to keep saying unicorn horn, apparently, becomes one of the most sought after commodities in Europe. And if it's sought after, people have to know what it is. And there are many circulating, typically as prestige gifts from one royal house to another. There is some apothecary stuff, but mostly it's way too expensive. Lavas says when the alicorn bubble was fully expanded, a complete horn was worth 20 times its weight in gold, and even diced or powdered alicorn was worth 10 times its weight in gold. So it's this huge, as a result of this demand and prestige, there is this standardization of it. Again, like over the course of hundreds of years, where you get to my man, the Reverend Edward Topsell, author of History of Four-Footed Beasts and Some Serpents, describes one owned by King Charles I, where he's so enamored with it. It's huge. What's he say? It is of so great a height that the tallest man can scarcely touch the tip thereof, for it doth fully equal 7 feet, which again says how small people used to be. It weigheth 13 pounds. I never saw anything in any creature more worth of praise than this horn. Um, the figure doth plainly signify a wax candle being folded and wreathed within itself, being far more thicker than one from one part, and making itself by little and little less towards the point. It's pointy. The splints of the spire are smooth and not deep, being in the most part like unto the wreathing turnings of snails, or the revolutions of woodbine about any wood. But they proceed from the right hand to the left, being from the beginning of the horn unto its very end. By weight, it's easy to conjecture that this beast, which can bear so great a burden in its head, in the quantity of his body, can be little less than a great ox. And this is the narwhal tusk. Like we're pretty certain about this.
Hmm.
This is what people are getting from a ways away because it is so expensive, and
Yeah.
because mostly it is being given between very rich people to other very rich people, um, and kept in nice places. And by the time you are going to be looking at it, you're already in a very, very nice palace. And I don't know if there's a little bit of the Emperor's New Clothes here, the Emperor's New Alicorn, um,
Hmm.
along with the fact that like it is a miraculous object, right? Fucking huge.
I
Um,
mean, ivory, regardless of its source, is highly valued, right? Like there's I look at the cross comparison right there of elephant ivory in Benin, right, where the king statues are depicted with a hole in the head so that you can
mm,
place an ivory tusk, because one tusk of every elephant you hunt has to go to the king. That's the ivory tax. And in looking at, was it Queen Elizabeth I was gifted with one, but it was distinctly described as a sea unicorn when it was given to her. And so unicorn becomes the verb, well, as well, right? Unicorning. They don't know what a sea unicorn is, but they know that it's not a land unicorn.
right.
And this is
And
so
it's
precious
still
for her.
rare. It's
It's still
still,
absolutely,
yeah.
and it's guarded with the crown jewels because she's
Mm,
like, this is important.
mm,
And so the age of exploration was upon them. And there's a lot of things with that. That's really the conflation with the East Asian kirin or kilin,
mm.
which is kilin, I believe, is the Chinese variant, and kirin, which is also a beer, is the Japanese. But the kirin doesn't always is sometimes depicted with more like antler-like things. It has the body of a deer, but the scales of a dragon, and sometimes has
Yeah, yeah,
one
yeah.
horn. But it also it overlaps with that peaceful thing, and that a kirin only appears in times of peace, and it appears on certain properties. A benevolent leader or a wise leader. The kirin is an animal that appears there and is considered the highest of beasts. Um, I like the mythic origins attributed, like Monoceros is a constellation, and it's a modern constellation in the sense that it's, I believe 15 1600s. So going in, and it's right between, I think, Canis Major and Orion, and there's nothing spectacular about it. It's 4 stars. So like, what is it that, why is this included in star lore as like this is the unicorn constellation? We can argue that many constellations are like, is this really what we're looking at? But
4 stars.
yeah, exactly. 1 star, no goblins. But Monoceros also, I like the notion that it because of its proximity to Orion
Mm.
and two dog constellations,
Eh,
it is not the unicorn at the fountain. This is a unicorn being hunted,
yeah, yeah.
surrounded by what would be the normal hunting scenes upon a tapestry, of
Yeah.
which there are 7. I went back to make sure that I was not misnumbering the unicorn tapestries. Um, but yeah, this constellation that doesn't have much ancient lore about it because it is not of ancient lore.
Mm.
But it does have different associations with it. I know that there's alchemical weight attributed to the unicorn, right? Of being paired with either the green lion or the stag. When it's the unicorn and the stag, this is felt to be like the integration of male and female nature.
Mm.
That the unicorn, when it's paired with the green lion, become especially attributed to kind of Mercury, specifically the unicorn, and in relationship to the philosopher's stone, and that the unicorn horn itself is emblematic of the stone.
Mm.
The unicorn horn is used in some apocryphal Masonic texts to talk about the very thing that you have access to, that allows you to circumscribe your passions, so that the points of the compass actually are likened to unicorn horns.
Okay, okay.
I mean, there's 2 of them, so I don't know which one is yours and which one is somebody else's. Maybe that's the beauty of it, that
Huh.
teaching and bonds between people, which is so important in masonry.
Mm.
of brotherly love being the cement, the mortar that holds the temple together. Um, but yeah, unicorns, unicorns, unicorns. Uh, yeah, I don't know what else to say other than I'm here for it. I'm here for the unicorn poop that's glitter. I'm here for unique individuals being called unicorns. I'm here for the unicorn that has the lion's tail over the unicorn that has the horse tail.
Mm.
Uh,
Yep.
Weird
Yep.
ass looking, you know, quadrupeds that we make more elegant because no one cares if it's accurate, if it's ugly. Michael Crichton
Right.
was so right. Or it has to be so ugly that it becomes novel on its own course and therefore um, sellable again. Um,
It is fascinating when like as we've talked about before, like all and like how do you describe something you don't know except by parts of what you do know, right?
yeah,
All unknown things start to become known as chimeras, and some of them stay there, right? Like manticore is kind of sometimes synonymous with the chimera,
yeah,
even though they're from like different like cultural regions and even time periods. Whereas the unicorn kind of quickly becomes its own thing, and I find that really
yeah.
interesting. Um,
Uh, it fits the Christian narrative very well, right?
mm,
The how all colors have their origins in non-abstract things. Then this is I can't remember that there's a name for it in linguistics of abstract concepts have to come from abstract concepts first.
yes,
Uh,
yes. Yeah. The citron becomes the orange, and then we have a word for orange.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Or that black and blanc, meaning white, both come from the word for ash,
Hmm.
Indo-European. Depends on which part of the ash you're talking about.
Right, right.
Or so blank, black, and white all have similar etymologies.
Hmm.
Or at least
Again, words are doing things.
and
Words do green. Colors are the words of colors are verbs.
yeah, it's
Green is
describing
from
something.
the growing of something, right?
Absolutely. It's
Mm.
fun. And the I guess the past all that is that it abhors calcification.
Mm.
And that is the beauty in well that's not what this word originally means is like it yes and
Right.
language is agglutinative. Language modifies depending on who's speaking it. So holding things monolithically in the past is never going to last long. Um,
Right, and I guess unicorns are still doing that in terms of how they're still turning up for people. Like we said at the start, whether it's soft focused airbrushed on an awesome van, or a symbol of Christ's power, or a link back to medieval things in a New York City.
yeah, absolutely. The unicorn and its lore is as uh, part and parcel of a certain time period in history as Mandrake lore or
Mm.
any number of strange materia that is hunted down in order to make you live just a few years longer, which by modern standards we're doing pretty good compared to most material.
Right.
Um,
Another longevity thing.
yeah.
Another thing that is categorically hard to find, right? Like the head popping up and getting reburied. Like the unicorn's there, but it's very difficult to find.
Hmm.
A la many cryptids now. Hmm.
Brings up that whole thing of what do you do when you're praying, working with your ancestors, praying to your ancestors for a better job and a fulfilling life, and they're like fulfilling life.
You eat
You
like
have
a king.
you eat like a king. You have 44 spices in that cabinet. So
I'm so proud of you. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's like, what more could you ask for? Just keep your head down and keep working. Um, and you're like, but relatively.
But
Um,
did you die? Yeah. 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 Okay. So yeah, unicorns. Pro unicorn here. Yeah, definitely. Where would you like to go from here?
um, I there's a few things. I feel like in the interest of not being too crazy, because I had a thing and it fleeted out. This unicorn has stabbed me and the ichor is just dripping out. I was going to go to prophetic heads and in the sense of rarity, but something that is also so iconic and prevalent in discussion.
Mm,
But the thing with prophetic heads, yes, there's the historical exemplars, like we can look at Orpheus, we can look at perhaps folklore around John the Baptist, or John the Baptist has a right picking ground in
mm,
order to look into prophetic head lore. There are mentions of skulls being prophetic, and this classic image of maybe out of the memento mori and the kind of ensorcialization of Catholic um, the mortality reminder practices
mm.
that then gets carried into the modern post-Protestant thing of like this skull on the desk is talking to me.
Mm,
It is a memory of the alas poor Yorick trope
mm.
of is it projection? Is it the skull speaking itself? It brings into mind the different especially those two classic differentiations of necromancy of one with the reanimation of the physical remains versus the reanimation of the spirit. Um,
Schizomancy, yeah.
yeah, and that here in this prophetic skull nature, this is something that is quintessentially associated with witchcraft and necromancy. Not always a higher magic and sorcery in that way. That would be it's a little too dirty, perhaps, but it is still this thing from everything from again the kind of memento mori like chambers of reflection that can also be viewed through a sinister light of this skull is yes a reminder that you will die, but now this skull is actually talking.
Mm,
And it is a vessel for something else. It is sometimes a vessel for the person that has died and their
mm,
proximity, especially when it's a fresh head,
mhm.
to then be freshly in the underworld and therefore still able to be called back to this world to report what it knows and what it can see on the other side.
Yeah,
But sometimes specific heads are sought out, not only for their specific knowledge while being dead, but for who they were when they are alive. The
mm,
head as a container, as in classes and tropes of skull, as to what that skull did and that kind of ontological way of doing things. That if a skull was belonged to, you look at the lore of the Coppola, right, and that you want either the skull of like a horribly heinous sinner, a murderer, a psychopath, or you want a really holy man, and you can
yeah.
tantrically convert the poisons of the murderer into something, or you can work with the fact that the skull remembers being that of a holy man,
Hmm.
and that ontological relationship is one that is coming again and again in our practice, in our lore, as sorcerers, as witches, as magicians, that the skull can have a blanking of its personal memory and be used as an empty vessel for which other spirits can be housed in, especially those spirits that have lived human lives, but not just those that have lived human lives, which are the easiest way of like, oh, a dead person recognizes a skull that it can go into as a container, but
Yeah.
that the skull as the seat of consciousness, i.e., like Celtic head cult or even West African head cult,
Hmm.
that the notion also is that as the seat of sensorium, that it can give sensorium to spirits that don't otherwise have that agency. So a tree spirit can be called into a human skull and now has voice, has
Yeah.
sight, has hearing, has smell, has mind in a different way than it did as a tree. And
Right.
so the various permutations on skull magic
Mm,
are quite fascinating, me encanta, and also the exemplars are we're rife with them, right? Everything
yeah.
from there is that one passage in the Picatrix, and now I hear Jay in my head being like, "Why is the Picatrix so fascinating to Westerners?" And it got mentioned a few times, and it's like it's not even the quintessential Arabic text, but
Hmm.
but yes, there's that. There's mentions of like the Orphic, the head of Orpheus being found after right and continuing to pontificate. We see this even in modern lore of Sandman,
Hmm.
of Orpheus being his son and having to kill him twice, really.
Mm,
But yeah, prophetic skull, skull relics, head of the Baptist, head of Orpheus, vessel for spirits, to the slave of the cauldron. And as far as various Palo lores go, of depending on is this an ancestral skull or is this a dead that you've tied to the pot to be the servant and be the mouthpiece.
Hmm.
and therefore brings in lore of like, jawbone or no jawbone.
Hmm.
Can the spirit speak? Can it not speak? Should it not speak? What is the spirit seeing? Is the skull a spy? Is it a palantir? Is it which it's so sad that that word got dirtified.
Mm.
But the place of the witch is familiar, and by extension, can any other skull be prophetic skull? Can it be animal? Can it be
Right.
unborn? Can it be any number of things as opposed to a man that has lived or a woman that has lived? And yeah, I'm going to stop
Right.
my avalanching diatribe based in notes, but without actually referring to any of them.
No, I think that's a great opening barrage, right? Like the container or the contained or
Yeah.
both or neither. We're thinking about it as an emblem of death itself as well, the skull, and of the deathly and those that never died because they never lived human lives. No, it's a great start. When are we how are we working with them? What are we doing with them? Um, yeah, there's yeah, like that's some proper down and dirty necromancy, right? Cephalomancy, right? Making the skull speak. Um, yeah, I dug through Ogden's couple of Ogden's books, but chiefly Greek and Roman necromancy. He has a bunch of stuff to say about a bunch of those things. Um, we could jump right into looking at like the various operations in the PGM, especially the five attributed to Pithys or Pithys, the supposedly Thessalian king. Um, those have a bunch of things about often putting writing out your petition and Vocus Magicae on either one of them has a flax leaf in the skull. Um, Ogden often claims that uh, these are talked about as corpse reanimations, but maybe you just use the skull because there's a certain practicality there that you don't have to have the whole body for that. The skull again is like the most centralized part of the identity as well as being of a person in general. That the PGM also has like stuff for doing that kind of thing. So not just this is how you make a skull speak, but like it has the restraining seal for skulls that are not satisfactory, right? And to prevent them from speaking because some of them just don't shut up, right? There's also the operation attributed to Apollonius of Tyana, which
Yes.
involves an ass's skull, and you use that to summon a spirit that is also referred to as a goddess, the old serving woman. So yeah, we absolutely are including animal skulls in this as well. Sometimes the skull is a component for other things. The incubation of the seeds in the originally human head that then becomes a cat skull for various invisibility workings, which we're getting out of the realm of prophetic heads. So let's get back there. But you also see some examples pretty early on of fraudulent skull necromancies. You've got the accounts of like Hippolytus, who is doing a bunch of Christian propaganda about pagan trickery, but very early on introduces this account of an artificial skull that was made of like a cow caul and wax, and it like is put in a bunch of candles and melts. So it appears that the skull forms and then disappears. But there's a speaking tube in its throat from which false prophecies are delivered by a stooge in the next room, right? And this is interesting to me because also went down a bit of a tangent on brazen heads, which are also often prophetic, but are not human skulls, or they are cast in metals a lot of the time. And this also becomes a benchmark in like that shadow that an infamous necromancer has to cast, right? This is classic inverse hagiographic blur. Like if they're a proper necromancer, they made a skull speak, even one that they created themselves through a variety of alchemical and mechanical and magical processes.
The beauty of image magic, right? You can make it out of mud and the spirit will recognize it as home.
Yarp, yarp, exactly. It's sculling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it can be piloted as a result. Um, Common elements also seem to include like there's links back. The PGM stuff seems to be perhaps drawing on earlier Mesopotamian stuff. There is a Neo-Babylonian Akkadian tablet which includes an incantation to Shamash to bring up a ghost from the darkness and make it enter the skull. And this is classic, right? How do you get the spirit in the skull if it's not the spirit of the previous owner? Get a god to do it, or get a spirit that can be an intermediary or a licensing patron power. That's really common. Like you said, there are examples of particular skulls. Often people known in life. There's the account of Cleomenes of Sparta, Cleomenes the First,
Hmm.
who, as he's coming to the throne, swears that he will include his friend Archonides in all his affairs if he comes to power, and then he does, and he cuts off his friend's head and keeps it in a jar of honey. And apparently, before embarking on any enterprise, he would lean over the jar and discuss it with the head. Um, Classic is also, if we're going to talk about, it's kind of prophetic. It's more just delivering useful information. Prophecy can also be about the past, right? Okay, yeah, that's my fudge. Accounts of decapitated heads naming their murderers, right?
Yeah.
Aristotle has a story about a priest of Zeus, Hoplosmios, in Arcadia, who had been decapitated by someone unknown, and the head repeatedly sung, Cercidas killed man upon man, and a local man of that name was accordingly arrested and tried. And Ogden says the detection of a murderer was always a prime occasion for necromancy, which is
Mhm.
pretty great. You also see, if we're going to talk about like necromantic criminology, there are accounts of there's like a demotic recipe for the discovery of a thief, which uses the skull of a drowned man, crucially.
Hmm.
And there the head's buried, interestingly, because that comes up a lot. And flax is grown over it, and then the flax is gathered, and the head's recovered, and it's washed in milk. And it's one can tell if any man is a thief by taking a small amount of the flax, saying a spell to it, uttering the name of the suspect twice, and knotting the flax. So it's going to take a while, but you know, if you've been wronged, I guess you've got all night. The guilty suspect is named and will speak as the knot is tied. So it's a combination of all sorts of fiber stuff as well, and crucially working with components like the invisibility beams that have been grown from the head or above the head. Um, yeah, there are a bunch of other um, examples and anecdotes, definitely from like Cleomenes and Aristotle and various others. Um, there are also the I could get into to brazen heads here a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the brazen head or the brass head or the bronze head, sometimes even copper. It's this motif of a legendary artifact of the late Middle Ages and early modern period that really fascinates me because, again, as I say, it like combines this mechanical and magical. It's described as an automata of sorts in
Hmm.
some ways, so it can speak and answer questions. But it's also often powered by a spirit, right? Like you said, it's an image. And again, like if we're going to say like, oh, that's artificial, well, isn't getting another spirit that isn't the former owner of the skull into it also kind of artificial in that sense, right? We're not always seeing the consciousness of the now corpse being preserved. A lot of the time, as you said, there are rights to deliberately erase it or send it somewhere else. So Brazenheads seem to start, or at least gain their initial popularity with William of Malmesbury's History of the English Kings, which comes out around 1125, and specifically various rumors concerning Pope Sylvester II, who's meant to have been a somewhat sorcerously dodgy customer. He's said to have stolen this grimoire text in his travels to Al-Andalus. And he's said to have cast the head of a statue using his knowledge of astrology. That's also important, right? It's proper image magic. And it could answer yes, no questions. From there, like lots of other natural magicians, occult philosophers, early scientists, alchemists, and famous people that delved into the esoteric are also whispered to have had a skull, a brazen head. Most famously, Roger Bacon. Although, according to some accounts, that story's either based on or later attached to the Bishop of Lincoln, Robert Grosseteste, who's also a scientist and scholar of the time, and of whom Bacon actually like praises in his works. Um, and that's made famous by the story of Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay. Um, they spend a bunch of time, 7 years. So the more common trope of this, or the more specific tropes of that story are that the necromancer takes a long time, 7 years. Albertus Magnus is said to have taken 30 years, and then it is finally it's ready to speak, but they're so exhausted they fall asleep and then miss it. And the skull says, "Time is, time was, and time shall be." I think. And they miss it, and that's it. They're done. They miss their opportunity. So classic alchemical story about like you've slaved over a Bunsen burner for 7 years, and then finally it comes for the moment of truth, and you miss it because you weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
So less a story about
The spirit indeed is watchful, but the flesh is lacking. Yeah.
yeah, less a story about like, oh, your hubris has transgressed the bounds of what man should not know, and more like, if you're gonna do it properly.
Yeah.
Like,
That's why you work in pairs or more.
yeah. Pay attention. Yeah, exactly. Significantly, Thomas Brown in his like is like pseudodoxis his refutations of common rumors and superstitions and beliefs. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head at the moment. He specifically says that what's going on there, not unlike some of the unicorn stuff, is that this is an alchemical parable that people have misunderstood. That it's actually a mystical fable concerning the philosopher's great work, and that the making of a head is another term for trying to get the philosopher's stone.
Everything is metaphor then.
Everything is metaphor then. Yeah. If you don't, which again feels a little bit like the esoteric historians' version of the archaeologists' ritual purposes, alchemical purposes. Yeah. So there are other accounts of brazen heads as well, because really it is like it's the badge of infamy for any necromancer worth their ring of salt, right? So Virgil, when he gets his like sorcerer's glow up in the medieval period, Gautier de Metz's Image of the World, which comes out around 1245, claims he made and used one. Less than a century later, in 1319, you've got the romance of Reynard the Fox, that we already mentioned, right? Which may have been the first to specifically mention that the head was made of brass. Like I said, Albertus Magnus is said to have taken 30 years to make one. That one, he doesn't, it gets destroyed, but not because he wasn't paying attention, but because it won't shut up. And apparently, Thomas Aquinas, when he is his student, smashes the robot because he just won't stop speaking. But there are other infamous black magicians with artificial prophetic heads, some versions of Faust, Boethius, Arnaldus de Villanova, Enrica de Villena. Roger Grosseteste is said to have constructed an head of brass to make it for to tell such things as befell over the course of 7 years, and then loses it through 30 seconds of neglect. Again, a tragedy of its own sort, right? That one was apparently held under the vault at Lincoln College, where Grosseteste was bishop. Interestingly, when we get back to the image of this, in Daniel Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year, which comes out in 1622, but is describing like 1665 London, says that brazen heads were the usual sign that marked the dwellings of fortune tellers and astrologers. So either like constructing one or a picture of one. Not that they're consulting, but it becomes the badge of office. It becomes the sign on the door that lets you know someone is in that sort of business. Which I find really fascinating. So the image comes all the way back around again to being a signifier of general prognostication. There are also like prophetic skull works in like looking at more of the like let's get folk necromantic about this if we weren't already. I know of at least one prophetic skull work in Northern European cunning traditions that Dr. Johnson talks about in the Spark collection that we both worked on, which is to get a skull to tell you the lottery numbers, real practical stuff. And that's one of these experiments where you go to the churchyard and, quote, borrow a human skull. You appeal to the Christendom. It's literally my brother in Christendom, or sister if you are. Come help me. I'll borrow your head for 3 nights and I'll bring it back at the same time and place. And I order you, as my brother or sister in Christ, that upon the third night to come, you'll tell me what numbers will come up in the royal number lottery, and you're supposed to name the specific date and so on. And then you take it back, you put it under your headpiece of your bed, and on the third night, the dead one will come and will want his head back. That's the main thing it says. So again, this concept that you get in thralldom and these other traditions of on the one hand, it's not stealing the head. It like it's at least it's not referred to as a furtive act. You are doing it with a certain grace or dignity for the relics of the cemetery, which are the unnamed saints, which has all sorts of interesting context after the Reformation. But also the head is the dead person is still like, you just kind of said you were borrowing it, like you didn't do divination about this, like, and they want their head, and you make them tell you all numbers, all the five numbers of in this case, the royal number lottery. It also says that you should have a piece of chalk and a piece of board to write it on, because and you should learn to write in the dark, because if you put the light on, the dead person will leave. And after they've given you the numbers and you've scribbled them down in the dark, then you should take the head back to its place. Which, yeah, practical stuff, right? Even more like grassroots folk necromantically, where you get like speaking and foretelling skulls that are just like kept in farmhouses and barns and manors across what's now the UK. I came across a couple of accounts of these in Christina Hall's Haunted England. She mentions a couple of like noise-making skulls kept at various farms and houses, and often some of them were specifically people from like probably the 17th century who said, "I want my skull kept so people can drink beer out of it," which is a beautifully English thing. But there's one that she makes particular note of, a skull named Dicky, which was kept at Tunstead Farm near Chapel in the Frith. This skull, on the one hand, seemed to have a pretty distinct personality, disliked strangers in the home, and would apparently presage their arrival with like loud knocking and noises. If unknown laborers stayed on the property, it would clatter farm tools at night. But in terms of like actual oracularity, Whole reports that Dicky seemed to have acted as a sort of guardian spirit of the house. The noises, varying from loud thuds to gentle taps, were heard whenever a death in the family was imminent, and during lambing season, or when a cow was calving or ill, and the master would be roused by 3 clear taps on the window. The Dixons, in whose hand the farm still remains, have carefully preserved it, and Hall says she was told in 1938 that it continues to warn the family when anything goes wrong in farmstead or field. And there's also a couple of accounts of it being moved or buried or stolen at one point, and it like makes the thieves' lives so miserable they actually bring it back and apologize. And there's a couple of accounts like that, screaming skulls as well, that scream if you move them, and that's why they're still there, and no one is quite clear who it is. And there are like stories that build up around them. Sometimes there's a haunting. One of them's like a haunting woman who presages death as well, and is probably the owner of the skull. But some of them are just there because when you move them, things go wrong, so we just put them back. But I love that sense of like, these don't appear to have been, these are not skulls with like arcane markings on them that are said to have been a necromancer's or anything. These are just people that really like loved that place and want to stay there and have some sense of like propriety over the land. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like I remember one of the first things I had read that was a modern book that was talking about working with a skull at any length was Witchcraft and Tradition Renewed, which is Doreen Valiente and Evan John Jones, who was head of the clan of Tubal Cain at the time. So I think it's in the Coven Regalia section. There is this mention of utilizing a skull, and they go into the explanation of like saint relics and the reminder of mortality and the world of death and what it is to transform that. But they also distinctly have this ritual where like stage 1 that 4 people representing the elements go and tell the skull different things. Air, as I draw the breath from my nostrils, so shall life and the memory of a past life be drawn from thee.
Mm.
Earth, lo, I represent the mother from whose womb all life must return, and the place that with death all must return to. And with the sprinkling of this earth, I symbolize that return. Fire, thus from the grave through the fires of purification thou shalt pass, the place where both past and present are burned out from within thee. Water says, with the waters of time and forgetfulness, I wash away both past and present, until such time as rebirth sends thee once again back into this world to live another life. With this, once
Oh.
again, this is done 3 times, and each time a little water from the cup is sprinkled on the scroll. With that, the stage 1 is done. Stage 2 is the naming. So that's where you then name the skull something, right? So the lady says, through Our Lady, for her, and in her name, I breathe life from the group into thee. In her name, so be it done. And she puts the skull down and then stands. Three strands of colored wool are put over the top, which is a red, a black, and a white. So the red
Hmm.
is symbolic of the red cord of life. The black is the cord of knowledge and the token of full membership within the coven. And the third is the white cord of death and the world beyond death. And so it's felt to be integrated, and the skull is named at this point. I name thee such and such.
Yeah.
And with this wine, I name thee such and such, in the knowledge that through this skull you choose to be called to us and willingly join us in our aid to the worship of the old gods and above all the goddess. So they then kind of wonderfully, honestly go on here that the main function of the skull within the rites is to serve as a key, sought after, inspirational focal point for calling things from beyond the grave, but knowledge, and so it can become prophetic. And they bring out the point that in previous accounts that a skull would be asked a question, and if it went lighter, then that was the answer was a yes, and if it went heavier, that was a no. But that because of the advent of psychicism and things like this, that everyone putting their minds into a trance state and seeing what the skull says or puts into that, and that the gradual is that there was where's the quote? There's specifically, is this a long dead person, or is this someone that is coming to work with you more? They're going very voluntarily here. They're not commanding anything to work in this particular way, which reflects where neo-paganism and witchcraft had gone by the end of the 20th century, right?
Yeah.
That everything was about consent without those words yet in the 90s. But that the opinion of the authors is such that it seems to be that it is a gradual presence in the skull that builds up and gains fluency in talking with people.
Huh.
That was the experience, that it wasn't a full, although there was a personality that entered, it wasn't fully as, here I am, jazz hands out from the beginning.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
was a distinct difference between having the skull vacate through these embodied elements that are then returning to the earth in this very neo-pagan Wicca inherited, but now, having the influence of the clan of Tubal-Cain and Valiente's kind of going through things in this way. So I think it's a very different contrast in that it gave a very practical way to work with something with shame around it being a skull, because there was still a large token of, up until recently, and even still recently, you work with dead people, even if you buy your bones, legitimately, there's questions about what is legitimate bone trade, right?
Mm.
If you want to get into American parlance with that, I'll come back to that in a minute. But that you can get a lot of things from Skulls Unlimited and Bone Room. Have been around for a very long time. You want lady bones, Skulls Unlimited will sell you female bones specifically. You want this particular vertebra, the difference is that if you look at the history of things before, I think it's 1984 is our cutoff time for Indian skulls. Indian bones were brought into the country until that point. So that upped the price a little bit. By the Beijing Olympics, China stopped allowing the export of Chinese bones. And so skull prices in the early 2000s, allegedly, but truthfully, completely legally online with Bone Room and I don't remember if Skulls Unlimited was around then, but I think it was. Skulls were available for $200 or $300, and now a skull of the same quality is $3,000.
Yeah.
And this also led to it reminds me of Landry talking about the pangolin in the West African witchcraft markets. Westerners cried out against the use of the pangolin and how it's an endangered species and you can't do this. This actually made pangolins go more endangered, because that meant that people thought, oh, this is rare. This is wonderful. Let's go hunt them down more. I can make more money. And similarly, you see an uptick in grave robbing to sell things when a skull is worth $3,000.
Yeah.
So on that note, I think, interestingly, if you're going to talk prophetic heads, or at least rumors of prophetic heads. Let's talk Skull and Bone Society, Yale's
Hmm.
senior,
Hmm.
fraternity,
Hmm.
and how they are rumored very strongly evidence towards that, and I believe people actually stating it, that, for instance, they have the skull of Pancho Villa, of Geronimo, and of Martin Van Buren. And specifically, there's a whole thing with like Pancho Villa and like the skull that goes missing. And, I think we've talked about this too. Like the joke is like, are you Pancho Villa or are you Zapata? Like, are you Northern Mexican or Southern Mexican? Are you Pinto bean or are you black bean?
Sure.
Um, and then, your class divided. Are you bone in or bone out on your chicken?
Ah,
But the side of this was that Villa's skull goes like it pulls a John the Baptist. It's around, it's not around. It's around, it's not around.
ah,
And there's a man who's convicted for it who spends time in jail, the American mercenary Emil Holmdahl, and his accomplice Alberto Corral. And they are very clear as to what they did it. So there's a man named Ben Williams who bails him out and helps him get him back across the border. And his account of it is published in 1984 under the title "Let the Tail Go with the Hide." And Holmdahl is very explicit why he stole the skull for money. He said the skull fetched $25,000 at the time to a member of Yale's Skull and Bones fraternity.
ah,
So the Williams was so enraged when he learned this, per the account in the Washington Post, that he wanted to send Holmdahl back to Mexican jail. But there is this larger collection that they have: Geronimo's skull, Martin Van Buren's. So this includes not only the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers, but the Bushes,
yeah.
and a few others. And it's one of those things of, what are you going to do? There's the Alexander Robbins interview, where she goes through and does 100 Skull and Bones members for Secrets of the Tomb, which is her book on the organization.
Mm.
And they confirm, Robbins confirms that they have Pancho Villa's skull, specifically. And I think
Mm.
about, like, what does that mean? Well, Villa was very hated within certain American circles, but it's a notorious skull. And the side of it of, I think about notions of, forcing the saint, as we've talked about, of like, if you have a spirit that's trapped in its bones and you tell it it can only get rest from you in a form of a mass or otherwise offerings, unless if it answers by this name and performs miracles in the name of X. So you can make John the Baptist have 40 skulls. Sure, that's typical Catholic mindset. It is by the virtue of sanctity, but by the folking of it, you don't even need the original remains. You just need a skull. And
Yeah.
the also the contact with bones is a much different thing. Up until very recently, like, families went and dug their bodies up to put them in ossuaries to make room, because there's only so much room in the damn tombs,
Yeah.
in the crypts, in the mausoleums, that even the notion of Jesus's tomb, right? That these were usually family tombs, lots of things in ones, in little boxes, in little ossuaries, that you would put the most recent body in the center, and then that would decompose, hopefully before the next person needed to come, and you would, put that person in a little box off to the side, and that's where their bones were.
Hmm.
You go to the Paris Underground and there's just skulls everywhere, and the femurs are stacked, and then, because the femurs stacked so nicely, right beyond the femurs, why are these walls of femurs like 3 feet from the back wall? Because that's where they threw all the other bones.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's such an interesting juxtaposition to the modern myths around bone ownership, but also very real laws that still exist around bone ownership. And what is it? Can some states you can buy them, some states you can't. Some states, if you have them already, it's not illegal, but if you buy them, it is. Or certain professions are allowed to have it, regardless of whether or not they actually specialize in bones.
Hmm.
So, in addition to the sheer amount of bones in the oddities market and in the art market and the antique market, that bones and human remains were used heavily within the art world. There's whole mumia colors, right? The brown, the mummy brown.
Yeah.
That said, all of that said, the side of it of disguising things in plain sight with prophetic skulls. So the brazen head is interesting, right? Because it follows the kind of reliquary tradition of the Catholics of, we only have a partial occipital bone, but we're still going to build a wax head and put the occipital bone inside that.
Yes.
Because part of Saint Laura is that the saint is restored to their fullest, most beautiful appearance in heaven. That this is part of the promise of bodily resurrection, which brings into the kind of, there's a metonymy going on here. No matter what, this is, of course, why it's okay to have a fingernail of a saint, and somehow the whole church is dedicated to Saint Rita. It's not dedicated to her fingernail.
Right. Right. Because on the other hand, while and maybe because they'll receive full bodily resurrection, every part of them is sacred.
Yes. I would be amazing if you divide them up and that just makes 40 of them or 80 of them or gremlins like. I do like that notion. But the paper mache skulls of Mexico, the use of skulls inside paper mache just echo this use of keeping memento mori stuff around,
Yeah.
but making it more palatable. I think that's the word. I have the hiccups now in talking about the dead. I have hiccuped. Um,
It's also another version of putting a fake unicorn horn on the real unicorn, right?
yes, yes. Certainly the mosaic skulls that you see in the
Mm,
tourist market that they don't even say it's a real skull. It is much, and I'm allegedly, it is much easier to go to the cemetery that is, 300 years old and no one has like dead in it, they remember it, and glue a bunch of turquoise chips to that than it is to make a realistic wooden skull.
hmm.
But so you get more money for the real skull that people don't even know is a real skull covered in turquoise chips to look like an Aztec artifact.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've definitely seen them in Los Angeles, on wealthy people's houses and paraded around. You're like, that's a real skull. You can tell from the back that's a real skull. Like, no, 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 it's carved out of real skull.
Oh my goodness. I talk about like the oh my God, yeah, the Empire of Capital, and it's like the things it forces people under its boot to do. My
then
goodness.
like by extension the Coppola market that we've already talked about, but there are so many high class Tibetan Coppolas being sold now. You're like, I don't think there were that many silver gilded Coppolas when Tibet was still intact.
Yeah.
So these are obviously tourist trade. You have no idea the quality of the Coppola because you can't actually see the seaming together. But the
Mm,
tantric texts there are totally something I would love to talk to Ben about
mm,
sometime. Just because the notions of what kind of uh, Dakini energy is around a skull in your practice based on what's fused and what's not
mm,
is fascinating to me, and that you can pick a name based on the influences of the fissures in the skull that you're seeing,
mm,
and the treatment of human remains. I feel like we also make them even more um, immutably inviolate and sacred because we don't actually have contact with them anymore.
mm.
And so there's something interesting in that cemeteries, old cemeteries, just bones float around. They're just there.
Yeah.
It's and what do you do with that? What is the motivation? It's the same thing of some traditions where you are using human remains. They might view that as the ultimate respect of the dead, and sometimes they might review it as the ultimate enslavement of the dead.
Yeah.
And it depends on that their intent does matter, as far as what's respectful and what's not.
Yeah.
And I have we can go into diatribes about certain weird American Christianities baptizing the dead, and supposedly that being in their best interest and with their will, as to why certain said religions also do so much genealogical research so they can baptize your dead for you.
Yeah.
And therefore having a living stand-in in the name of a dead person speaks to a living skull being a repository for a dead skull
Mm.
consciousness, which is possession by any other form. So
Hey.
um, there it is. Yeah, unicorn horns and brazen skulls. A human skull with a unicorn horn. Uh,
Oh.
I was thinking about that too, with just going back to the unicorn horn of the casting out of poisons and like elephant horns being used to trace circles and casting out, like keeping scorpions out specifically. A sand cast of a circle with an ivory horn keeps
Mm,
the scorpion's poison out. And
mm,
thinking about this, what is it? Is it the impurity of the whiteness? Is it that hardness of the teeth? The dominance of an elephant and its
mm,
huge size and the difficulties of those things? I don't know.
mm.
And certainly the difference between horns and antlers and um, uh, unicorn horn is distinctly ivory-like always, but it's called a horn, but a horn is keratin based,
Yeah.
which is a different thing. Anyway,
Mm.
yeah, shrunken heads and their little markets too. That's a whole other discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Are
we're
all
gonna
skulls not a little prophetic of at least the past that they've come from? Yeah.
that is
And how they've turned up.
there is a magical oil I am working on that harkens to this very thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the oil is entitled "Every Whisper no, Every Skull a Prophet, Every Whisper a Scream," or some version of that. Um, but is a J the Bee inspired oil. So um, anyway, that's my own personal diatribe and explorations. I think we'll be coming back to this a little bit when we talk about Orpheus, but
Sure.
in following the manner by which we have become accustomed, I think we'll save Orpheus for last. Um, I think it's easy to talk about uh, a couple of things here, but we can't get much more lost than losing your head.
Right.
And Amicio is such an interesting figure because of its flow, because of loss to on its way to blessing and gain that can also happen with this
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
That the rainfall itself is brings fertility.
Mm.
And strangely, that like, oh, a storm is a bad thing. A storm can be a bad thing, but um, what stands out for you with Amicio in current context? Because strangely, I think we've only talked about Amicio twice before now, or we're on three times or four times here, but it's not as talked about as some of the other figures,
Yeah.
curiously. And it is one that has so much lore easily attached to it from both the geomantic figure as well as its homomorphic uh, image in Ifaz or Shemeji.
Mm.
But Amicio, what stands out to you, sir?
Yeah, I was chatting to a mutual friend about it recently, and about how it can be one of the trickier ones to interpret, precisely because it is what is lost as well as what is unburdened. It is what is lessened. It is even what is like hidden in some cases. Um, and it brings up a bunch of stuff around like heartache and shame and guilt and suppression, as well as a loss of inhibition. It's a figure of Venus by night, and there's plenty of like demimonde to it. Um, but also, yeah, a figure of like healing, of letting go of heartache, of spilling your guts, of mourning, as well as like feeling our difficult feelings. Um, and it again, with like the thing I continue to love about geomancy, is that it can be loss can be as literal as like misplaced house keys, or a bankrupt project, or a foreclosed marriage, right? But also, gosh, yeah, a broken heart, um, the bereavement, and how that can feel both like weightless and also crushing. Um, it's yeah, it's getting into the gunk of the heart and the melancholies that stop it up, right? The emotions we'd rather lose or repress or forget or amputate, as well as heralding the removal of those things, the lessening of sicknesses, the shedding of restrictions, the welcome losing of the unwanted. Um, it's yeah, it can be tricky, and it's a figure that like really reminds us to be precise about what it is we're measuring. You know, the sixth can be a house that Valetudo can be a house that we go to about your good health. It's also the house we go to about what the specific disease or injury or malady is. And as such, it can mean the loss of your good health or the loss of your ill health. Is the classic there. Um, it's yeah, like what there is a there's also a sense that like Amicio can rule both like I want to say natural, the healthy expression of tears, of heartache, so that you can like work through it, as well as the ways in which we can mm, things can curdle from grief into despair a little bit, and that's where you start to get into like Tristitia territory. But like loss rules, like not just like the disasters themselves, but sometimes, and it can be as simple as like, you're going to lose money on this. It can also be the destructive sense of failure that we take to heart and then discourages us from trying again. A demotivational impairment, specifically of like wanting but not feeling deserving of the thing. It's the dark corners of Venus's heart, right? Like it's all of that stuff. along with like I might have mentioned before, I really like Austin Coppock's take on I think he's talking about Venus retrograde, but like Venus of the sewers, Venus cloaca, and like definitely there's a bunch of that stuff too, not just the beautifully scented boudoir or even like bath chamber of Venus Invictus and Puella, but like where the shit we wash our hands goes, the pipes underneath, the sewers, the things undergirding civilization, um, that can come up again, and everybody's shit stinks. Um, in terms of like its specific uh things that it can say, like there's a good, yeah, I think it's helpful to do like a little cross section of where it can fall in a shield specifically. Um, classically, like this thing about like repression or forgetfulness, the loss of one's head can definitely come in the first. The house of the life of the querent. It can often marks that the querent has forgotten to mention something important, or is even in my experience, they're a little ashamed to mention. And often that is also shown in the shield. And so that can be another one of those markers for a geomancer working for clients to be able to, have a suitable bedside manner and be able to work out, is this a thing? Is the chart not making sense with what you've told me? Because I'm going to side with the chart. um, or is it something that you are unwilling to talk about because it's shameful or it's illegal or even that you are not aware of yourself as the querent, right? But it can mark those kinds of things. So there is a hidden or underlying quality to it that we need to be careful about how we approach. As a Venusian figure, it's often in the seventh, for instance, Uxor, right? The house of like partnership. It can mark unfaithfulness, either in mind or deed. But also letting go of heartache and of like again falling in love can also mark that your affections may not be being reciprocated as heavily. There again, when is love real but hurts? Those kinds of things. In the eighth, it is absolutely like grief in the house of death, right? It is how it feels to lose someone. Catan also notes specifically that for experiences, by which he means like experiments of nigromancy, it is ill, except if it be for love. And for that, it is still not very good, for that love will not continue. So here it does rule a lot of the it can suggest like maybe not explicitly like erotic malefic workings of like torturing someone to love you or obey you, but of the desire to do love magic on someone, as opposed to love magic for yourself, right?
It's
There's
interesting
also
because when you the whole love thing too is as a connection to this has like overlaps with Oshimeji, but
mm,
um, to love is to lose yourself sometimes in someone else, right? It's
yes,
just, and to lose your consciousness in some way, to lose your agency,
yeah,
in an effort to gain something else. So that is, I wouldn't say fully voluntary loss, but it is a loss that we willingly engage with in order to find what we are, just thinking. Anyway, sorry.
absolutely, absolutely. Like I tell you where it falls in a chart that isn't like there's bad stuff going on is like you get to lose your old wounds about when love didn't work. You get
Mhm.
to not be haunted by the ghosts of failed relationships. And it indeed is not helpful for you attempt to resurrect a lost love. Um, you know, Sasha, our mutual friend Sasha Ravitch, quipped once that holding tightly to the ghosts of our trauma isn't sustainable necromancy. And there's a little bit of that here, I think. Yeah, often speaks of we'll talk about remediations a bit more, but often that is especially about like clear way in your heart for new good things. If a lot of other stuff is good in the chart. Um, in the ninth, it can be a loss of trust in the house of God. It can be shaky faith. Not shaky in the sense of like you aren't serious or you're a hypocrite, but like how do we deal with with because also the ninth is like specifically the politics of a of a religious organization as well. So it can be what is it to be let down by people who are supposed to be good priests. Sometimes it can also really indicate a client is going around getting readings from any and everyone. That's another like marker for the diviner. A little bit of the puta espiritual, right? They're getting spreads from everyone, which itself might be something to keep in the back pocket as you're reading for them. Are they going to take this seriously? Are they going to, are you putting in the time that they're not going to value, right? What
Yeah.
is the lost endeavor here? Which can also refer to the efforts of the diviner. In the 11th, loss in the house of anticipation. Catan says it's generally ill in all things, but for hope and love of courtesans, or in Hayden's phrasing, the love of courtiers. So it can have a sense of, we can talk about the artifice of stringing people on, or of like the dishonesty of politeness. But also it's genuinely a figure that like really favors and champions sex workers. And doesn't often decry them as like immoral or evil, at least in as far as like these early modern texts are going to get into that kind of that mindset, that it is a figure that will look after those who do that kind of work.
Mm.
Um, in the 12th, drained in the house of debts, confession under duress, especially like emotional duress, and both like valid and unnecessary guilt as well. Less torture and more like less external torture and more internal torture, how we torture ourselves. And again, worry that we deserve punishing. That can be very present in the 12th. More so than like this indicates someone is cursing you.
Hmm.
The self-cursing.
Hmm. Okay. It's interesting. It reminds me of when you're speaking right now. It reminds me of this post I recently saw of a Kimandero who was talking about the kingdom of the harp, lira,
Mm.
cabaret, and was talking about the the baggage around prostitution, and but the as an artist or anybody who works in the realm where you're constantly interfacing with the other world, that there's a kinship between all of these things and never a shame for how you find money for yourself. But one of the things that stood out from that piece too was this quote of like, it doesn't matter where you walk, that every place has a power, and if you therefore every place can have a throne.
Mm.
And that, there's a lot of times where we experience loss or people project loss upon us, and there is a power in that as well.
Mm.
So seems apt here. I
Super
think
apps. Yeah,
with
that really yeah.
with O'Shea has a lot of baggage with it too. This is um, five shells or Odu number 15 in the Ifa order. Um, but 1212 looks like a human, right?
Hmm.
There's something interesting to that. It's also just the flow of the world kind of. This is where we experience things. This is a place of extreme. It's the refrains that go with it, like the blood in the veins. Everything in this life has its time. Um, Luck is fickle. The needle that pulls the thread. Um, so there, in good times all food tastes sweet, in bad times all food tastes sour.
Oh.
Um, so there's a lot here, and the way that Odu work, of course, is that they're then modified by other Odu. So the most Oshe you're going to get is Oshe Meji, but Oshe Meji is also like twinning of itself, but is also where initiation is mandated.
Mm.
That there's enslavement and loss and things unless you can figure out how to initiate yourself to yourself in that sign. And so I
Mm.
think there's where we in initiation we give something up to gain something, and so it's almost like if we are losing ourselves in this world, if we are losing what it means to enjoy life, um, which is based in relationships and yes, our ability to provide for ourselves, but ultimately our relationship to ourselves. And if we can't get that back, then the Orisha will throw this sign to recommend you have to be initiated.
Mm,
It's to willingly lose something so that you might gain something more. So there's a
mm,
notion of sacrifice and communication between the realms born in this sign. Some people say the ability um, to communicate with the gods in general is born in this sign,
mm,
and their ability to answer us is reflected as well, and therefore an intrinsic relationship with um, the opposite form one, which would be Ofun or uh, Ten, just because that would be the acquisitio.
yeah.
So that there's this, we cry out because we are in a period of loss, and the gods can refill us
Mm,
because of their ability to answer.
right.
But in their ability to answer, they also lose and we gain. So
Mm,
it's an interesting mixture of contains the parts of both. But this is an Odu that is heavily tied to in Dilogun to Oshun, and then to Babaluaye as well, as both the hot blood, the blood that is diseased, the blood that is boiling within the body, as fever, as well
mm,
as the cool blood that is Oshun, and the flow of life, the flow of tears, the flow of energy, the flow of ups and downs, and hopefully not too extreme. We try and find a medium point, but this is where pleasure is born because of pain.
mm,
So it's a really wonderful, mysterious. It's considered the longest lived Odu
mm,
because it's also one of the last ones, but that it owns much of the world because this is where you find things. This is
mm.
the flow of the rivers in the body,
Yeah, yeah.
and the relationship of the rivers to the ocean, and connectedness to interdependence and community, um, interdependency and community action are all heavily in these signs.
Mm, mm. Yeah, we don't feel in isolation.
Yeah.
Mm, mm. Yeah. There's an angle I was considering that it's Amicio is typically earthy by Hayden and one of Agrippa's models. It's like of the body and material conditions. Like it can be a judge figure. So again, it can literally speak of like you're going to lose money on this deal, or you're going to lose your time to this endeavor, um, or you will lose weight on this diet. By the French system, which um, arranges the element the elementality of the figures by the first two lines of
Yes.
them. It's fiery, 1-2, right? Upward
Yeah.
pointing triangle, and that's a interesting point about like Amicio as fiery is I guess covers a bunch of the lusty stuff as well as the like the the burning of want but not having. And again, yeah, just maybe think about like when is it um the melancholy that passes from the throat to via the tear ducts and the crying out, and when is it the fire that burns inside? Um, yeah, that like looking at its form, it's yeah, 1-1-2-1-2, right? Focused head and stomach or loins, and inactive or receptive shoulders, arm, throat, and feet.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, there's a few things popping in there. That's interesting.
Mhm.
Um, I suppose easily in some way is that loss here. Oh, I was now my brain just went to like, okay, beheading still, but swords. It's interesting that swords line up here. We with the two of swords
Mm.
as the chosen card. Um, Also because we had been going through this very Spanish order of things, and somehow they got reversed for these, and it's just because of how our lo and behold, we move things around on our spreadsheet of what we're going to talk about. But I do find it interesting that the swords ended up with the beheading episode,
Hmm.
and the kind of the notion of swords in general, that is, as far as tarot and spades with playing cards, and then espadas in Baraja Española. Um, I'll have there's this mental thing that comes in sometimes. Sometimes swords are attributed to fire. Sometimes they're attributed to air,
Mm.
depending on what it is. But the mind is sharp like the razor's edge, or it's forged of fire and therefore violent. And going back and forth in that way is interesting. Here, the the notion of swords is very much connected to the extremes and misfortunes, when it's in Baraja Española, and it's directly connected to air, um, and is the razor's edge, and like the suit of swords itself is fertilization and force, justice, things like this, and you think of saints like Saint Peter and Saint Paul. Saint Peter is keys, but Saint Paul is sword, and they're always together. But so they're always invoked together in that way of like, how do you uphold the tradition of Saint Peter through the sword? Um, that the swords like the saints like Santiago or San Miguel or Santa Barbara or any of the warrior female saints pop up here. That swords, the two of swords itself, in classic like pre 1900s Baraja Española books, is always about friendship, not love, friendship. And it's an interesting one because like reversed, it's false friends or it's useless parents or bosses or imposters, but it is by and large almost unanimously friendship. Maybe surprise, maybe treaty or accord or contracts, but friendship specifically, without too much, you know, depth in the like, oh, okay, how do we interpret that? No, it's friendship. What is the card after it? Is it friendship with the thing that's after it or before it? Is it false friends between the two cards on either side of it? But it's a simple one.
That's awesome. Huh. Yeah. Because the Two of Swords, from the kind of Golden Dawn derived stuff and some of the like Thelemic stuff I was looking at is very much more about like some of the difficulties that Amicio can also speak to. Not the and again I was very interested in where Amicio or grief or loss tips into sorrow and Tristitia and
Mm-hmm.
like becomes a bit more like pathologized
Mm-hmm.
and like an actually serious kind of problem, depression as opposed to sadness, right? A chronic condition rather than a passing acute thing to feel, and definitely like within that um uh within that like Western esoteric canon of the Golden Dawn, etc. There's a lot of stuff about it's called the Lord of Peace,
Yeah.
but it's often about this outward expression of meditation belying like an inner struggle to find or make peace, right? An
Yeah.
awful lot of stuff about painful decisions,
Mm-hmm.
about like that blindfold in this case, sometimes being an inability to see things, avoidance and blocked emotion, right? You're trying to swords a cup situation, and how difficult that can be. And Amicio can be those things, but it can also be absolutely be the joys of friendship, and the feeling of one's feelings co-poured out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, huh, yeah, yeah.
I,
That is
that's
interesting.
it's such a it's as like as far as writer weight, it's actually one of my favorite looking cards. Right, it
Mm.
has this the somberness of blindfolded cross swords sitting on a seat in front of the shore.
Back to the
And
sea, yeah,
yeah,
and to the moon, yeah.
this one always specifically reminds me of Central California for some reason. I don't.
Hmm.
It just that's what it looks like. But it has echoes of the High Priestess, echoes of the Justice card, a few of the
Mm.
other swords cards, right? But she's in complete control here. It would assume also very very strong woman to hold swords like that for any length of
Mhm.
time. Um, but also the kind of don't be misled by appearances, right?
Mm.
Don't don't uh, don't let people tell you don't know something when you do.
Mm.
The power is so strong in this card. The almost like just having to find the direction to apply it, and the blindfold will release itself when that is done.
Mm.
But it's a lot of projection on that card.
No, I don't think so. I mean, essentially, like, yeah, I mean,
I mean, what is divination with cards anyway? But
right, right.
what
But
even is divination?
the tension in balance, right? Whether the desire to seek balanced knowledge or the harmony of different things or the balance in one's own heart or the balance between you and something else or like, yeah, the echoes of the justice card, but here less about like a just judgment and more about like a good personal choice in the face of interpersonal balance and harmony and disharmony.
Yeah. What is it to I know this gets interpreted as like, that you can't see your own situation clearly and you've got to
Mm.
use your inner compass type of,
Mm.
training with the lightsaber with a blindfold on. Um, there is also something interesting to be like, your other senses are sharpened and just, avoid surface uh, attribution or projection with what you're choosing right now, what you're stuck in.
Yeah.
And certainly the overarching grays. That's probably why it reminds me of Central California. This is like very Cambria, San Simeon. Just the elephant seals are on the beach behind her in my head. Um, but the feet in either direction, the kind of shape of what is the legs are not held tightly together. They're actually a little bit apart. And there's a poise to this one. I like this card image wise. I've never necessarily agreed with all interpretations of how it is, and I question it every time it comes up in a tarot spread of like, what do I want this to mean this time?
Right.
Lord of Inner Balance. This is a Libra card.
Hmm.
This is the card that is the autumnal equinox, if I remember correctly.
Hmm.
Um,
Moon in the
and
first decan of Decan of Libra, yeah.
yeah.
So that like yeah, the difficulty of making decisions about our feelings.
Uh, but yeah,
And yeah, the necessity of making conscious choices, especially when blindfold. The in meditation, the capacity, the get to of addressing uncertainties, right?
yeah.
And the cultivation of mental clarity and I guess emotional clarity as well.
On that subject of indecision and trying to figure out where you are at a crossroads, I'll repeat what was probably one of the best advices ever given to me, which was from Vanessa Sinclair of when faced with two decisions, moving towards the one that makes you assume greater responsibility will always serve you in the end.
Mm,
So avoidance of responsibility will catch up with you eventually.
right.
And so, therefore, even if it's harder or there's more immediate consequences, moving towards responsibility will end up serving you better.
Yeah.
And it is something that I hear very specifically in many times in my life. Of I can blow this off, or I can take responsibility for myself or my actions or other people's actions, and try and figure out how to deal with it.
Mm.
But yeah, think about that. If she's this woman is seated, she is not. Maybe that's stasis, but that's also seated in a very strong place. The
Mm.
ability to reflect and then act decisively once you have the information.
Mm.
Because frankly, the Three of Swords is not a better place to be in.
No, no, no. As goth as it is.
Yeah, uh, as Marian as it is, right?
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
yeah, the heart of Mary here. Okay, so I think on that lost note, I think it's easy to kind of bring in It's Queenly a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, It's Queenly means dog, and there's the standard. You can look up a lot of these AztecCalendar.com. Again, Corazon Mexica, someone who I find their work really just important, both in the as a person who is a modern calendar keeper, but an artist who is adding to the collective body of what calendar books are, is really lovely. It's Queenly is interesting because the notion of what dog is within a Mesoamerican context. Yes, it's a primary food source. Dogs were bred for food, but you also have the notion of the Xoloitzcuintli. Xolotl is a deity, but also means shadow or twin. And Xoloitzcuintli is the Mexican hairless dog. It was a beloved dog of many people. It is not related to European dogs. It is domesticated from some other canine ancestor. It is hairless before contact with people. It may have evolved in the forest that way, perhaps as a anti-lice or otherwise fur getting caught on things. But every generation has its hairy ones and its hairless ones. It's It's part of what it is. But shadow dog or twin dog is because the dog follows you around constantly, and it bonds to one person. This lore gets expanded, but in Xolotl is the deity of twins and is the brother of Quetzalcoatl. So when he goes to the underworld, he's guided by Xolotl, who's his twin, his shadow.
Mm.
And Xoloitzcuintli as the name of this Mexican hairless dog. Someday I will have one. I have her name picked out and everything. And I fully expect her to push people down the stairs and just like go back into the shadows when she's done such things. But that the relationship with the dog is so profound as a guide that when everybody dies, that the first layer of hell, as it were, is going up to the shores of the river, and this dog materializes. They used to be buried with noble people, but it's believed that everyone just has a dog that will guide them in the other world, through the other world, until you meet the Lord and Lady of Death and you're obliterated, which is a 4-year process, and you get to come back a little bit during Days of the Dead. But like really, it's describing decay, right? You're losing your identity, you're losing your individuality. Your personality fades more and more over time, but the dog is the guide. Itzcuintli is always, always directly connected to death and the death gods. So as a day sign, it is the 10th in order, but the patron deity that is there is Mictlan Tecutli, the Lord of Death. So Itzcuintli is the guide of the dead. Yes, there's like that lovely Anubis overlap. It's a good day for putting things to rest. I mean, they'll say, I think stereotypically, like funerals and wakes and remembering the day. Good day for being trustworthy, bad day for trusting others.
Mhm. Especially those of questionable intent.
Yes,
Right.
who the dog doesn't, sniff out well.
Ah,
Like rely on the nose of your dog.
he
But
doesn't like you.
yeah. So Mictlan Tecutli is the ruler of Mictlan, which is the underworld, and considered the lowest underworld because there's kind of this overlap between the layers of heaven and the layers of hell. Really, that there's 13 lords of the day and 9 lords of the night. We're not sure how true this concept of 9 underworlds is. Most of the underworld and contemporary Nahua groups will talk about a compass point. So there's a center world of the dead, and there's north, east, south, and west. And that ultimately the world of the dead is accessed through this northern portal where light does not ultimately go, right? This is a very in line with European concepts of where the world of the dead might be.
Yeah. That we might name specific mountains or rivers in the geography of the underworld, but generally it isn't laid out. They're not as often mapped, right?
Yeah,
They're not,
absolutely.
they're qualitative, not quantitative.
Well, especially with the layers of Mictlan in Mexica lore are more processes. Like, yes, the first one is standing on the shore with the Techichi dog, like with your dog that's it's gonna swim across the river and it can magically hold your weight because it's the underworld.
Mm.
And you want this dog to guide you. But other ones are like passing through mountains that, or a rain of obsidian knives from the sky. It's describing the decomposition process and the depersonalization process. Really is where most
More
people will think.
more
Um,
Stations of the Cross in the sense of like scenes in a cycle.
yes,
Hmm.
then specific layers, and also this notion of layers from a Mexica mind is because the books were accordion fold, as we've talked about.
Mm.
It's more like, because how could you get from one layer to the next? It's not that you suddenly are on another layer; you're on the back side of the page you were on before. It's just folded, and so the universe itself is like a book. These layers are there, but it's all one story. It's all connected. In fact, you might be on the other side of the same page as someone who's alive, and that's this synchronicity that happens. But
Yeah, again, how does what we're writing on affect what we're saying and how we're thinking?
more necromancy of texts and things like that
Hmm.
for sure. Especially there's a phrase in Nahuatl: "We need the black, we need the red," which is because the two primary inks for writing were black and red, and then they whitewashed the fig bark paper page.
Mm.
So white page, red and black ink.
Again, those three colors.
Oh, yep, it's just what it is. A bunch of cochineal bugs and soot. So the Lord of Life, of Breath, Quetzalcoatl, Ehecatl, who we've talked about before, goes down to the underworld at the end of the last sun and basically collects the bones from the dead. And there's a lot of parallel versions of this. The divine twins in the Popol Vuh, going down and trying to play a ball game for the Lords of Death to try and get the remains back up. Here, Quetzalcoatl is able to convince them to give them to him, but Mictlantecutli changes his mind. It's very Orpheus-like. He then starts going after him. Quetzalcoatl trips over a quail, and the bones shatter. So the bones of our ancestors were bigger. Part of this is to explain how they built the giant temples of ancient Mexico.
Yeah.
But that we're smaller in stature and not as good as our ancient ancestors because Quetzalcoatl tripped. But this is also why humans are all different sizes and not uniform as well. But Mictlantecutli rules the sign of the dog, Itzcuintli. And the Trecena Tecpat, which we've talked about as well when we talked about Flint Knife. At least, yeah, right? Didn't we? Yeah, that was... am I crazy? I don't remember now. That we haven't talked about Tecpat yet, and apparently I'm just fast forwarding into an episode where we did, because I was like, Tecpat is really late in the cycle, so it'd be 18. But anyway, forgive my brain fart. Mictlantecutli is interesting for this thing. His number is in the Lord of the Day is 6, and then he's the 5th Lord of Night. But the Trecena of Itzcuintli is also associated with the god that I did not care for as a child to hear anything about or see statues of or anything like this, even though the family's always like, oh, look, it's our history, it's our people, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Xipetotec is the lord of, the flayed lord, the lord of shedding, they'll call him. Xipetotec is depicted as a human wearing a skinned human over him in full clothing. This is said to reflect the husk of the corn, and the fruit that comes out of it, the life that is inside the dead. It also is connected, like why Chicomequatl is one of the gods of corn. There's a god of corn for every stage of corn. There is a god, and it also speaks to why that they are more like snapshots of natural processes that we're invoking in these static natures of time that are otherwise not static. But Xipetotec is self-sacrifice, devotion, things like this. The Trecena is the 13-day period that is governed by Itzcuintli, deals with these pulls between two great choices, either internal love and external love, or like your spiritual life and your material life. Those things. So it's interesting that it plays into like the Rider-Waite 2 of Swords kind of card in that way. So there's the shedding of illusions, because some things are illusory, like the skin that we wear. And then there's the pleasurable creation of illusions, which is artifice and aesthetic and things like this. So
the unicorn horn on the unicorn horn.
Yeah. They're good days also for commemorating the dead because it's dogs. So anything with the dog is bad days for clinging to life. But that also means you get to enjoy it. You just don't go overboard, right? So whatever you do, enjoy life, reflect on the people that you've lost as future ways to also enjoy life. Like remember what they brought. Don't dwell on the loss of them so much as let their loss bring you to enjoy this lifetime more and what it can do. The Xipetotec is also, I guess, interesting ancestrally because Xipetotec is sometimes viewed to be the same as Mixcoatl, who is the cloud serpent, which is the patron god of the Otomi and the Chichimecas. So like my ancestors, my grandfather's side are Central Valley Guanajuato, which is Otomi and Purepecha, but that's their gods. So these agricultural gods, the Xipetotec, who's the flayed one, our Lord of the flayed skin, or our Lord the flayed one, is possibly, as read Tezcatlipoca, might be related to other hunting and sustenance gods. Is really what the Mexica were doing. Are they the same god? No. Do they enter into the same complex because of value centers? Yeah. So Itzcuintli is a good dog. It's a good boy. He's a good boy. And
I was I was just looking up the name of the dog in Coco, which is Dante.
Which is Dante. It's perfect, right?
Yeah. I want to talk about Catabasis and his wonderful glow up at the end. Or the middle, whenever it is. His vibrant Technicolor. nature in the land of the dead.
when it becomes the alebrije, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. That's the term.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
interesting too. Like again, lore creates things. Or alebrije is yes, local spirits to southern Mexico, but Day of the Dead is a whole complex discussion that maybe it's one of the magics sometimes we'll talk about.
Mm,
But like when you want to talk about cultures having to pull from within their own national, because Mexican culture is not monolithic. No culture is monolithic, right?
right.
Especially a national identity.
Mm,
And the United States has a really weird conflation between national and ethnic identity,
yeah.
both on the supremacy side, but also just what are you? Oh, I'm Swiss, but no, but you live in the United States. So like your ancestors are Swiss. You're not Swiss. Like what?
Mm,
Unless you're from Switzerland right now. But the
yeah.
United States has this thing where you can be very American, but still harken back to where your ancestors came from.
Hmm.
Unless you're Native American, then it doesn't count. But
Yeah.
I think there's a whole side of that within Day of the Dead because Norteños don't have as much of the Day of the Dead culture that people associate with Day of the Dead. There's remembrances of the dead and things like this, but you had to incorporate this kind of pan Mexicanness, especially on this side of the border, in order to be allowed to celebrate any of your culture. So
Mm,
Day of the Dead is distinctly central and very reliant on extant practices in the south of Mexico, Oaxaca, and which is Zapotec and Maya, and not necessarily Aztec, but it's interesting how it all kind of gets revivified and blurred together, and that the Chicano revolution and this social awareness and things in the 60s allow for the Aztec cosmology with all of its historical documentation to be the lingua franca of Mexico, and that everybody is now part Aztec, and this
yeah.
plays into the mestizaje, and like we're all half Spanish and half indigenous, which is true for a lot of people, but there's also a lot of indigenous identity that's not Aztec, and some of our
Mm.
ancestors were conquered and subjugated by them and flipped over and tried to help the Spanish and then got fucked over anyway and put in a bunch of silver mines.
Right.
So, but I digress. So, familiarity with the layers of the underworld and the eradication of personality through a long decay process, as all guided by the little Itzcuintli,
Mm.
and what he does. So, don't trust shitty people, and be trustworthy if you want to draw other trustworthy people to you. Although that's you don't want to victim blame and say like, well, only untrustworthy people have untrustworthy people around them.
Right,
That's a
right,
load of
right.
shit.
Hmm.
Because there's also the side of don't trust people of questionable intent, like you talked about. Of you still got to sniff it out.
Hmm.
But being trustworthy, having that character, is it a tool for keeping the masses in check? Yes. Is it a tool for maybe there's something to this character thing? See
Right.
previous thoughts in our episode on character.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, not a guarantee, but surely a helpful guide and compass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think that brings us finally all the way. I guess like you have Dante, um, who with Virgil was his guide,
Hmm.
which is a wonderfully necromantic figure, as we've discussed many times. But in this motif of someone going into the underworld and coming back out, um, Orpheus has a resonance that is different from many other myths because it's not just for knowledge, it's not just for advantage on a battlefield that we often see these necromantic experiences, but specifically to retrieve his love.
Yeah.
And where does love go when it dies? Is there's a whole thing there. I will preemptively say that however much I reference Orpheus is probably still tied into a deep appreciation and love of Hadestown as a story and musical. And hats off to those to that whole production and expression of that. I love the presentation of mythology in a way that makes even the people who are very familiar with it get to experience it again in a fresh way. I think it's a really important part of theater and storytelling tradition. Um,
Yeah, yeah. When you get into myth, like when you have your book of Greek myths as a kid, like you I don't know, I got real like I can definitely trace from when I got real pedantic about like that's not how the myth is.
uh-huh.
Watching things on TV to like maybe being an adult is realizing like no, that's not how that one myth went. That one telling, and that like it's probably truer and more traditional that myths do change and have different perspectives, and not just in terms of their sources and their historical analysis, but
Yeah.
in terms of like what are they articulating and what is the meaning that is being poured out that time by that expression, and not just what tropes is it serving, or
Hmm.
um or what is the writer using that myth for, but what is that myth now a container itself for?
Well, I sent you that linguist talking about epithets, right? The Homeric epithets of why gods are
Mm,
called certain things, of like gray-eyed Athena or far-shooting Apollo. Yes, they are a way of identifying the god, but also because it makes you be able to fit the god's name into a meter.
yeah,
That is like, I need 6 syllables. There it is.
yeah. It's a spring.
And
It's a springboard. Yeah. Rappers will talk about crutches, often in a negative sense of like, oh, they're relying too heavily on like that filler word or something like that. But also, yeah, what gets you to the next bar? It makes total sense in an oral tradition. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
so I mean, okay, so basics, and just to do our thing, right? Of Orpheus is the child of a muse, and Apollo, lesser muse, or but always linked to divine parentage in some way, and is so gifted that trees bend and rocks move
Hmm.
to hear him sing. He plays the lyre in his true Apollonian heritage,
Hmm.
and he falls in love with, and it's one of those. Um, so rarely in myths do we see like an actual courtship
Hmm.
that seems to go okay. And they're but they get married, and she dies of a rattlesnake bite, and he gets so forlorn that he vows to find her and goes to the underworld and plays for, hey, charms Cerberus, and goes through the toils and torments of the underworld to find Hades and Persephone, and plays for them, and they allow Eurydice to leave with him on the condition that he not look back, and that he until they cross the threshold of the underworld. And so the of course he is almost there, and he is either on the threshold or just past it, depending on the romantic retellings. But doubt sneaks in, and
Hmm.
he looks back, and she is there for a half second and disappears.
Hmm.
In this, memory version of mine, right? Like, there's these great paintings um, of one perspective or the other, or of I want to see what Orpheus turning around looks like sometimes,
Mm.
of what it's like to realize what you've just lost, what you've been trying to do for so long.
Yeah,
That kind of transformation in one moment is very palpable.
yeah.
Bringing back the palpable, palatable. I don't know what the words mean anymore. Um,
It
and
definitely brings to mind the loss of the brazen head, right? The years of toil, and then the half second of not paying attention, in this case of doubt, of uh watching something be snatched away because you didn't know if you had it or not. Um mm, mm. Yeah. Proper tragic. Yeah, proper tragedy. Um Gosh. Yeah. There are a bunch of things to like talk about around um the age of Orpheus, the how long Orpheus has been an important figure, um, their role in some particular mythic cycles, their own, the journey to the underworld for Eurydice, also their they're on they're on the Argo. They're one of the Argonauts, which we get from Apollonius Rhodius's
yeah,
Argonautica. But even earlier than that, like there is Orphic literature which may date back as far as the 6th century before Common Era, that survives in like papyrus fragments or in quotations a lot of the time. Um, and those are things that are attributed to him, often like recomposed, shall we say, by various people like uh, Onomacritus and others. I got found some like really, really old, possibly one of the oldest surviving um, manuscripts is Orphic, because so there's this centrality, like you said, of him being a bard and a poet and a prophet, um, and being the what does Pindar call him, the father of songs,
Hmm.
um, and venerated as the greatest singer and musician of all time. Um, and there is his particular adventures, and then there's also his like founding of mystery schools of like Orphic mysteries.
Yeah.
Um, and that's a whole when I talk about like John the Baptist's head style um theories and counter theories and conspiracies like that, yeah, that goes deep too. um my goodness. Yeah do I want to start there or um yeah, why not? I'm talking about it now. So like W.K.C. Guthrie claimed that Orpheus is the founder of mystery religions themselves. Is
Hmm.
like the first to reveal to men the mysteries of the initiation rites. Um, there are a bunch of ideas about like what these initially orally transmitted um, poems and hymns and songs and philosophies are as a storehouse of mythological data, not unlike Hesiod's theogony. But also Orphic poetry was like recited in mystery rites and
Hmm.
purification rituals. There is this sense of the Orphikos bios, the Orphic way of life, a way to live, which supposedly included like sexual chastity and vegetarianism. There are not just the hymns, the Orphic hymns to various deities, which are often again about this central idea of like appealing to them for something, being agreeable to and with them, as well as like the lapidary epic that we mentioned, the Lithika, which is about how to use stones for that kind of stuff, amongst other things. Um, but yeah, I know I discovered that in a way Orpheus does represent an earliest source on mystery cult business via what I was reading about the Davini papyrus, which was found in Macedonia in like 1962. Um, it's dated to around 340 BCE during the reign of Philip II of Macedon, which does make it one of, if not the oldest European surviving manuscript. And it's a philosophical treatise of like allegorical commentary on an Orphic poem in hexameter, of course. It concerns like the birth of the gods. It's a theogony as well, and it seems to have been produced or read and disseminated and um, theorized upon by um, the circle around Anaxagoras, the philosopher. So written probably in the first half of the fifth century BCE, and yeah, I had no idea that like that was as old as it got for a start, and also that yeah, it's commentaries on commentaries on
Hmm.
poems on things, and so this sense of his importance as not just like a singer isn't just charming, although like we do have a bunch of that awesome stuff, like oh, what's his face? Simonides of Chios says that Orpheus's music and singing could charm the birds and the fish and the wild beasts, and like he said, coax the trees and the rocks into dance and divert the course of rivers and stuff. That's awesome, but also a good singer, a good bard, a good poet is also like the transmitter of knowledge and of um, uh, affective mysteries and not just lore but practice, right? Um, I think that's really important to note, especially when um, it seems that the what we I think is probably pretty much the most central myth that he's known for uh, nowadays, I would say, even by people who are very into Greek mythology and religion, like the Journeys of the Underworld to retrieve Eurydice, is apparently actually a pretty comparatively a relatively late addition.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not what he's primarily known for, first of all. He's 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 um he's a guy that's singing to the trees and singing the gods and humans into harmony with each other in
Yeah.
various ways and teaching mysteries of how to live a good life.
Is
And
directly linked right to the Chthonian Demeter and Hecate cults, and
Yes,
is that the myth of crossing the boundaries into the underworld may have been so that he could go meet Hecate directly,
yes,
and charm her and
yeah,
bring knowledge of that cult back.
yeah. Definitely establishes worship of Hecate in Aegina. We know that, and also probably the worship of Demeter Chthonius specifically, and the savior maidens to Laconia. Yeah, categorically. Um, it's Robert Graves that first introduces this idea that like he's going to Tartarus to charm Hecate, right?
That is a
Uh,
pretty Orphic figure himself, because
yeah.
he gets a bad rap
Uh-huh.
for the Celtic tree calendar,
Mm,
but he never says that it's historical fact.
right.
He doesn't say it's not. He just talks about how everything he's doing is poetry and an extrapolation and inspired.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but it, you know,
Qualitatively true, maybe not quantitatively accurate. Yeah. Speaking of which, like there are a whole host of ways that like getting into some of the quibbles and that thing about like when the myth is told differently, right? From the get-go, he's said to be Thracian, but that is something that's only starts to be said in the fifth, sixth centuries. And it's even a little disputed by some scholars that say that his central motifs don't necessarily connect up with typical Thracian kind of themes.
yeah,
Um, but if he is, it's because he's the son of King Oagrius, and but still Calliope, right? The muse of epic poetry specifically and of eloquence in general. Um, the accounts of but what was I going to say? The even the accounts like Plato talking about like this even as late as the going to the underworld is constructed very differently. Plato argues that like he was never gonna get Eurydice back, and that like it's that whole it's not a test, it's a punishment. He was never gonna win, and he's being punished because instead of choosing to die in order to be with the person he loves who's died before him, he's it's hubris to go to the gods and try and get a dead person back. I think Plato even goes so far as to say that like it isn't true love if you won't die for them, um, and therefore like he's punished by the gods, and it's only the apparition of his former wife that's there. Likewise, even in like Ovid's account, Eurydice's death still happens by snake bite, still happens on a wedding day, but it happens while, and there's kind of an implication that because she was dancing with naiads, that she wasn't maybe paying proper attention. So it's framed less as a tragedy of like she was so happy and then things went wrong. People have interpreted Ovid at least to be saying she was irresponsible.
I mean, it
Um,
was that Ovid quote too that I is not the one that is not so shared, right, or emphasized is it's Metamorphosis, but that he abstains from the love of women.
mm,
That either perhaps there's even supposition by some scholars now to say that the myth of Eurydice is to explain why he is the first pederast,
mm,
because it ended badly for him, and so therefore he swears off the love of all other women. And that in addition to abandoning the worship of Dionysus Zagreus as a proper Thracian,
mm.
that the Maenads go after him for abandoning Dionysus in favor of Helios, but specifically also that he spurned all their advances because he had only taken young men as lovers.
That
And
gives, yeah, okay. That gives
yeah,
a lot more context.
so they rip off his head. One more, they Addis him. They cut
Hmm.
off the head of his phallicness. But he is referred to as the first pederast. So that's the practice of eremenoi. My accent will be on the wrong syllable, I'm sure. Eremenoi. But the what is it? Ovid through Klein's translation Orpheus had abstained from the love of women either because things ended badly for him or because he had sworn to do so. Yet many felt a desire to be joined with the poet, and many grieved at the rejection. Indeed, he was the first of the Thracian people to transfer his affection to young boys and enjoy their brief springtime and early flowering this side of manhood. Complicated.
Mm.
What is it? The historian codes for those things of you sent it to me, right? Of
They were roommates.
they were
Yeah.
roommate. No, but it goes through it of like he was whatever he was this. It was a product of colonialism. Okay, racism. It was a product of patriarchy, sexism. He was a product of his times, racist and sexist. And just
Yeah.
goes through the whole thing and the side of it of not that I think Orphic hymns are going to get canceled because of his pederasty, but time does heal some wounds for people as far as their ability to be canceled, apparently.
Well, there's even some romance to some of those as well. Like his most famous episode in the Argonautica, which is like Apollonius is reporting that around the third century BCE, is that he drowns out the alluring songs of the sirens, right?
Yes.
He's even more beautiful at singing than that. But Phanocles actually talks about how he was in love with another young Argonaut, Calais, who's the son of Boreas. It's said that he loved him with all his heart and went often in shaded groves, still singing of his desire, nor was his heart at rest, but always sleepless cares wasted his spirits as he looked at fresh Calais. So there's even this like he's pretty proto emo even in that stuff.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many people that are mad at that right now. Um, I do. Okay, so he gets torn apart by Thracian Dionysian followers,
Yeah.
and the head, still singing, floats along with his lyre down the river Hebrus, which is also Evros or Maritsa, right? It's a Balkan river that flows down, and it carries him ultimately to the Aegean Sea and to the island of Lesbos. And the inhabitants bury his head, and a shrine is built in his honor. There is a cave of Oedipus. Wow, that's a whole other thing. Of Orpheus on Lesbos, where the head was supposedly buried. So it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. Philostratus says that it takes up residence in a cleft in Lesbos and gave out oracles from a hollow in the earth.
Yep. And so supposedly it's one of the few times we see a male prophet, right, lasting throughout and getting a reputation, because most of the time the Sibyls are associated with these as female prophetesses or
Hmm.
priestesses of this like python-like deity, the snake deities. But and then I find it interesting too that Musaeus of Athens, who's pseudo-mythic,
Regarded
pseudo-legendary,
as his son, right?
sometimes his son, and sometimes listed as the son of Hecate, which is interesting too.
Ah,
But Musaeus is an example of people calling someone an Orpheus. And so the conflation of he has to be
hey.
that divine parentage, right? Of like,
Hmm.
oh,
Hmm.
this family is exceptionally beautiful and has really good luck with money and love, then Venus is one of their ancestors.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you can tell the proof of the gods in their progeny. So there's something interesting with that, I suppose, that's there. That there's other that the muses dug up the rest of his body and buried them below Mount Olympus, and nightingales perpetually sing over his grave.
Hmm.
And then the Macedonians took his bones to another place, I think Dion. And so he lives in the Isle of the Blessed. His soul does, where he was finally reunited with Eurydice in the midst. So it's patience wins out, I suppose.
Hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. And then yeah, again the accounts of like, is this audience digging a bad ending, or do they are they going to run me out of town if I don't give them their happy ending?
Well, certainly, I mean, because there's at least other versions where he commits suicide because he's unable to find Eurydice. So in order to
Hmm.
go to the underworld, he's just forlorn. That's not as fun.
Hmm.
Or that he's killed by a thunderbolt for like stop bringing the dead back to life, stop making the trees do things they're not supposed to.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yes, his song can include like the raising of the dead sometimes, and that this is in that classic like you can but you shouldn't kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. Ogden goes through what the consultation process seems to have been with his head, which is itself might be a peering into, if not a journey into the underground, the under earth, the underworld, if you will. He says. He's talking about there's an illustration on an attic hydria of the 440s, which is apparently now in Basel. The central scene is surrounded by muses, of which the innermost holds Orpheus's lyre. Orpheus's head nestles in a nook between two rocks on the ground. The consultor leans over and reaches down towards the head with his right hand. With his left, he still holds two ropes that hang down from above the frame. He has evidently used them to climb down a vertical shaft. And he points out that this configuration closely resembles another oracle who's also associated with a severed head, Trophonius, who is in which one consulted him in a small hole at the foot of the vertical shaft, down which one descended with ladders. That is a bit different. The Telegonia tells that these two builders, Trophonius and his brother Agamidos, used to rob the treasury they constructed for Orgias, Algiers, through a secret entrance they built, and eventually Agamedes is caught in the trap that's set because this one isn't one of his stuff being stolen, and Trophonius, unable to free him and knowing that their discovery will reveal their guilt, instead decapitates his brother and runs off with his head, and he's hunted down through a trail of blood left by the head, but Trophonius crawls into a hole and dies there. And apparently this tale has also been Egyptianized by Herodotus, who attaches it to the treasury of the pharaoh Rampsinitus. And so some versions of Orpheus's myth perhaps reduced him beyond the head to a mere disembodied prophetic voice, as is the case of the Sibyl and Tithonius.
Hmm. There's a great example of hagiographic blur, perhaps,
Mm.
with there's a very popular movie from the 50s, although it won awards in the 60s, is Orfeo Negro, Black Orpheus, which is a retelling of the myth through a contemporary Carnival Rio de Janeiro favela setting, where they know that they are named like the Greek myths. So it's referenced when they first meet, oh, like the myth.
Huh.
But she dies during Carnival, and he gets forlorn and goes searching for her and ends up at an Umbanda Tejero. And one of the mediums gets possessed by her. And she's, they reference it slowly because they even call the guy that meets him outside the Tejero, says, "What are you looking for?" He's like, "I'm looking for Eurydice," and he's like, "Oh, I know where you can speak with her." And the dog that guards the Tejero is called Cerberus. Um,
Huh.
but one of the mediums gets possessed and speaks with her voice, and he wants to see her, but she says, "Don't turn around." And when he
Mm.
turns around, he sees it's the medium, and he gets pissed off, and she leaves the medium and can no longer speak. Um, it was a really critically acclaimed movie at the time. It won like the 1960 Golden Globe and the 1960 Academy Award for Best Language, Foreign Language Film.
Hmm.
But it was criticized by many people for exoticizing Brazil,
Mm.
and kind of reinforcing specific stereotypes. But it also is a really great movie to watch, and kind of adds to the whole Orpheus and Eurydice myth. And then I already mentioned it, but like if you've not seen Hadestown or heard Hadestown, was one of the best musical experiences I've had in a long time. I've seen a lot of musicals, and I usually don't particularly care for the live experience as much as what can be built up. Also, just a shout out to former classmates and stuff, because Rachel, who directed it, won a Tony for the directing in 2019.
Mm.
And it was a huge project of hers with the author of the concept album, Anais Mitchell, who then it got expanded into a full play. And it's a really beautiful examination of storytelling specifically. And I really enjoy that side of it, of telling the story, because you know how it's going to end, but you're going to tell it anyway. And there's a hope that also is built up that maybe it will be different, but
Mm.
it won't be, because you know the ending. And the importance, or the setting it, and then kind of like the underworld as this world of coin and gem and hard industrial labor, that is the world of the dead, of Pluto being right, of Hades being Lord
Yeah.
of dirt and the things that are found in the dirt, but also of what it is to have doubt come in, and that
Mm,
doubt is the most powerful demon, a most powerful demon, and that this is ultimately Orpheus's defeat.
mm.
Um, and so beautiful, beautiful musical. If you're into Greek myths, go see it. You'll probably hate that they changed everything into American jazz, but if you like musicals, you're going to love it. And if you don't know it for some reason already, then awesome. Go watch parts of it. Persephone as a really fucked up drunk woman who's tired of being in the underworld at all times, and kind of is spring arrives late, and she's just wants to party it up when she's up top, and then going back down of like the contraband of like selling hope and kink through the kink in the wall. Like here's a view of what life used to be like. The kind of metaphors abound, but awesome.
Mm.
The Fates is like tight early 30s 40s harmony sound, that are always narrating life as you go through it. And Orpheus is this kind of, in the original concept album, he was played by multiple people at the same time, so the voice was inhuman.
Mm.
But really fun musical, really fun spin on Greek myths, really beautiful storytelling, and just a really, really, really very good stage production, which is great that it holds up so much. It is about storytelling. So
And again, this big tradition of translating to where you are. In the course of this research, I went back to the tale of Sir Orfeo,
yeah, yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
it's anonymous Middle English lay, right, in the Bretonian style, um, dated to around the late 13th or early 14th century, and it retells the story of Orpheus as a king who rescues his wife from, in this case, the fairy king. Um, and what's funny is what's pertinent is the poem starts by saying like, oh yeah, he's Sir Orfeo of Thrace, but Thrace is what is just an old name for Winchester. And like announces that the well-known Greek myth is being transposed into an English context. Like it's not subtext, it's text. It's super text. It's being shouted at you. And there are some like interesting differences. He does win her back in the end. Um, it isn't a journey into the underworld. He's a king, and he like gives up all of his gold and goes and lives in the forest for like 10 years. And so there's a lot of like wailing and gnashing of teeth and stuff. But then he comes across his wife in the horsebound processions of the Fairy King, and in that case, he does get a happy ending. He does win her back in most tellings of it. So yeah, we've been doing this for a very long time, not just telling Orpheus's story different, but transposing it for different contexts and with different value centers and different cultures, to tell similar and different stories.
Yeah. So, okay. I Lots of possibility. There also just classic example of something that sounds, or poetry that's written well gets Orpheus is invoked, right? And
Mm,
there's the supposed Orphic hymns of the different gods, and this is I think that just as the side note there, right, of Orphic hymns are quite interesting in the last 20 years, because that's my a magical adult career. So it's not like it's not a magic number so much as it's easy to say. Um, but the early days of the intranet, to see the suggestion to switch from the angelic invocations for planetary magic and over to the Orphic hymns or the Homeric
mm,
hymns,
mhm.
depending on which you want to do. And this is a way of, um, you know, whatever our self mythic lore is, kind of retelling it through the version that is most palatable, palpable for us.
Which is also, a big part of it's Thomas Taylor, right? Taylor the Pagan,
Yeah.
who gives us the Victorian version of the Orphic hymns, with
Yes.
that very neat Tum Remy scheme. Uh, he's called Taylor the Pagan. This wasn't just an academic enterprise for him. He was very interested in it seems, at least in personal practice, and in engaging with this paganism, this polytheism.
Well, I mean, it was that's Thomas Taylor, right? That you're talking about? Yeah,
That's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. And he's late 18th century, right? He's late 1790s, I think.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, and but it's 17. Uh, Thank you, Google. 1792.
Yeah,
Um, but influences the 19th century hugely,
yeah,
right? It's a different thing. But yeah, attend Musaeus to my sacred song and learn what rites to sacrifice belong.
yeah.
So to Musaeus himself, right? Starting off,
Uh-huh.
the Muse man right away, child of
Uh-huh.
Orpheus or otherwise, and that because things are attractive in rhyme and in meter, this is what perpetuates things forward.
Hmm.
It's the same thing all the time of movies or TV series that also display what a book did I think this over reliance, this model that we have of the Bible being sacrosanct and the scripture being written, sometimes leads us to the bias of the book is the only valid form. Um, I tend to agree with that in my snobbery a lot of times. But it's more that the book is first form for a lot of things. In the same way that, if you see a movie version of one of your favorite books, usually the people who see the movie first are like, it was fine. And then the people that have read the book first, like, it was nothing like the book. How could it be? It's a movie.
Yeah.
Um, they're different media. But yeah, I think the Athanasakis translation
Mm.
is considered to be a more accurate translation as far as from the Greek. There was this lovely thing of people learning languages as adults and then translating classical texts to make them fit English sensibilities
Yeah.
that, Crowley. But yeah. But beautiful stuff for like like telling you what to fumigate with
Yeah.
before you go into to different deities.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
That we are scenting the air, we are programming the air with both with scent and our song.
yes,
Mm.
absolutely. That whether it's Uranus is frankincense. I know that the a few of the others might just say aromatics, but the sun is frankincense and manna.
Mm.
Um, so easy to get that manna. Okay, I think we've covered. It's been only a mere journey to the underworld and back over the course of the 9 hours that we have spent talking. Um,
I wouldn't have it any other way. No,
I,
great topics. Really glad we got to prophetic heads and skulls. Wonderful to think about the horns that grow from heads in the unicorn and the horn on the horn, like a hat on a hat.
or a
Uh,
Pinocchio nose of
uh-huh.
lies and deceit. Um,
Yeah, the dog that guides us when we get down there, or the dog that we charm to get in there. The names as epithets of those who come after the named, and Orpheus,
yes.
as Salome, as well as the losing and remembering of the relics of our forebears, or I guess our foreheads. uh, yeah, agate. Great to cover a stone that is any and all stone we don't know yet, um, as well as its particularities, as well as its particularities of Orpheus's particular agate. Um, the meditation on not just the adventure of the underworld, but the sense of loss that takes us there and what we leave there that we don't want to bring back. The meditations on the Two of Swords and the decisions as well as the strong wrists to keep those swords crossed. And yeah, more dead magicians that can sing the trees into dancing, please.
Yeah. To quote Pet Cemetery, sometimes dead is better.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. There's definitely some of that to yeah, to some of Missio stuff. Um, yeah, the loss of tears is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm sure I've quoted it before, but that Washington Irving quote about the power of tears, always like, yeah, I love that for Amicio and a bunch of things. Where is it? There is a sacredness in tears. They are not the mark of weakness, but of power. They speak more eloquently than 10,000 tongues. They are the messengers of overwhelming grief, of deep contrition, and of unspeakable love.
I think about the pronouncements of Orpheus after he's beheaded, but so too the Baptist, right, and the exhalation that imprisons the witch, that gives flight to Lilith, that gives power to this ancestral line of, daughters of the high priest.
Mm,
Um, and something about the nature of baptism. Yes, it's a continued process in like this Mendean side of and early Christian sides of just bathing constantly, getting rid of sin through this washing away of things, cleanliness, but also going back to other texts, right? That there's baptism of water, there's baptism of fire, there's baptism of spirit, and I think about our experiences and the kind of baptism by experience, the or to kind of go back to that Gurdjieffian parallel, right? Of holy creation, holy destruction, holy resolution. How do you make destruction holy? That it has to be part of a cycle. Something has to come after it. Destroying for the
uh,
sake of destroying is not holy in and of itself, but holy as something that is braided together with other things, perhaps. So the nature of how do you make any experience a baptism, by getting through it and using it to your advantage. What everything nourishes or depletes you,
mm,
and move away from the things that deplete you to the point where you can't escape, that depletion. But so don't stay where you can't thrive.
mm,
But sometimes we give up. We lose a little to gain a lot, and
mm,
that is only evaluated ultimately after the hardship. And so
mm.
sometimes, allegedly, one time when I was on a very strong dose of psilocybin, which allegedly you may have been there for, but I remember allegedly convincing myself that I would live through it because I had already been to the future and I lived through it then. But the only way for me to live through it was to tell myself, you're going to live through this. Um,
Mm.
and reminding myself that no one dies from psilocybin, only from the stupid things you do on it. Um, every psilocybin trip is a journey to the underworld.
Mm.
And if you can't get the girl, you might as well get Hecate.
Ah,
And with a little dog that you hopefully don't eat, because that's your guide in the underworld.
mhm.
So,
Yeah.
um, thank you. That was lovely. Uh, Herodias and Salome always for the win. I think there's something too with like exploring. Well, maybe I'll save that for another time. But Salome as a force of attraction, even to call things from the spirit world,
Mm,
because this idea of moving things through dance, which is so kingdom of the harp
mm,
in Kimbanda, right? And the harp, of course, instant reference to Orpheus, and lira, the lyre specifically, but that music can command things, dance can command things, and yet it's not tangible,
mm,
and that movement and attraction of music and dance and frivolity and joyousness is part of what that kingdom is about. That we are
mm,
inspired to do
mm,
something is very Lita. It's why Lucifer has such a strong connection to that kingdom.
mm,
We are inspired through music. We're inspired through art. We're inspired through dance. These are tools of revolution. They can be tools of placation as well, and you know, subjugation. But as somebody once wisely told me, it's only propaganda if you don't agree with it.
Right. And if a thing can be recuperated, it can also be deturned.
Yeah.
Mm, mhm,
So, hail Orpheus and John the Baptist.
mhm.
Thank you, sir. It was lovely.
Absolutely, yeah.
We have
I
to
had a
get back
blast.
to our under 3 hour episodes, though,
Yes.
for the sake of ourselves and our listeners.
Yes, thank you for joining us on this journey, dear listener.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can always pause and come back to it. We could do the same thing, but we'd lose our train.
Yeah.
We would derail. So thank you. 50 episodes is no small feat for us. So thank you for continuing to be the ear that receives this voice. And we please find us at radiofreegolgotha.com or on the Facebook. We are Folk Necromancy, a forum that you can go be excited about, hopefully. Please check out Dr. Owl's website, alexandercummins.com. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I always forget if the doctor's in there or not, but this time I took the bet that it was not.
It's not. Yeah.
You should have all of those, though.
Yeah.
And JesseHathawayDiaz.com. We are both speaking at the upcoming, by the time this is aired, the last, not happening anymore, but happening in the future, Salem Witch Fest. But keep abreast of various talks and classes that we're both doing through our respective websites and through the RFG website. And sign up for the Speakeasy the Dead newsletter. I hope we'll do another 1 or 2 of those before the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some exciting things in the works, but as I have learned, don't invite others to the feast that isn't prepared yet. So we shall make said feast and then figure out how to share it. And if you like our work and would like to see us go more in depth with things, please support us over at Patreon. We will keep posting and sharing the even longer forms of these rough beasts.
Heck yeah. Red threads all the way down and back again. Mm-hmm.
Clues, if you will.
Clues!
All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the other side of the threshold.
All right, take care, everyone.